Half tempted just to not cast, actually, because it's just stupid. And I literally have been watching on my phone for people going in game. And because half of the casters did not get in the game, because half the casters aren't in the game, I just, yeah, I just, it's so stupid, right? Let's go and, let's watch from Rex's stream, guys, I guess. And we'll watch the first game from here because we don't really have much other option. Otherwise, we ain't casting. They couldn't wait 5 minutes. Mate, it's not even that they didn't wait 5 minutes. They started early and didn't invite anybody. I just don't get what their adversity to letting other people into this game is. Why let us cast if you're just gonna make it absolutely miserable for us to cast? Like, it's just so stupid. Just so dumb. It makes no sense at all. Like, don't get me wrong, like, I'm not gonna, it's on me. I should have been a bit more kind of watching, but, like, I was here at the time the game start, I was here, like, a minute early to find they were in-game, and I was watching on my phone, but I didn't see anyone else going in, because everyone else, apart from 2 people, didn't get in the game. Oh. Size. Alright, all good, guys. Let's just enjoy game 1 from the enjoyment of Rex's stream. So, we'll just watch from here for a few minutes and we'll get ready to go. I don't... I just don't even understand, like, do the other casters not like me? If I saw all the other casters not getting into a lobby, I'd be like, hold up, the other casters are coming. No one threw invites out or anything. I really feel like they just insta-started. Like... I don't know what it is, but, like, I feel like they're not our friend for some reason. Gosh darn it. Alright, guys. Hello, welcome to the RongYI Cup Playoffs. Solar herO is going to be game 1. This one will not be in game, so you'll have my StarCraft music in the background, but you'll not hear game sounds, because as you can see, we're casting from Rex's stream for game number 1 of this BO5. So, kicking this off and looking to see what they will do. You don't think Roddy got in either? No, Roddy's in game, I think, no? I'm pretty sure Roddy's in game. Yeah, Roddy's in game. Yeah, I literally typed hi in the channel, BRB'd for like a minute or two. Was watching on my phone, remote desktoped into my PC on my phone. But of course, they don't drop a lobby link, so it's almost impossible to see when the game goes up, because I only have like 2 people on my friends list. So I just missed it on my phone, because it's a small screen. It's my fault, it'd be nice if they took half a moment to care about the fact that people are covering that tournament. Or just tell us we can't cast it if, like, you don't want people to cast it. Like, it genuinely feels like they don't want us to be here. It's crazy. It's really crazy. Alright. So, Roach is up. Roach is a building, but we're also going to be seeing the Spire on the way here from from Solar, sorry, in these early stages. That's going to be a big part of what he plans to go into right now. As we get readied up in these early moments, and just going to be seeing the Storm, the +2, coming about, Gates and the Cannon coming over as well. Just going to be seeing the little Revelation going down there, and obviously herO trying to keep an eye on what's going on. Seeing the Spire would be great. There's a little bit of extra info. Where is the Spire in the natural? If it is, it's the best place for it to be. Is Oracle's gonna get very low. Ooh, did the Oracle see it? Okay, they revelated now, so they definitely see it. So it's mutas. Instantly now, herO does start up a Phoenix, so he does get some preparation ready. So we prep for that just the next few moments. Obviously, Ling Roach on the map is going to try and apply some pressure. It's that balancing act now of how many Phoenix do you make versus how much do you kind of deal with the ground army. Because if you make too many Phoenix, the ground army can overwhelm you if the Zerg makes too much ground. And like I say, that's going to be a constant kind of act, basically. Just going to see how Ling Roach is going to jump onto the rocks right here. Just going to grab those rocks down on that bottom side. Again, +2 and Storm coming up. The meters and the +1 flyer attack upgrade coming in as well. So a lot of that coming straight by. The meters will go and fly through. And that Oracle is going to go down. Oracle falls. So Oracle gets picked off. The rest of the Ling Roach just going to come across at the moment. 5 more meters on the way. The flyer attack upgrade going to be very much so a part of that as well. And we're going to start building Corruptors because there are Phoenix. So you're going to want those Corruptors to tank against the Phoenix shots and to try and give the Mutas a chance to still deal their damage. So that's going to be the hope that we set off for here as we get this one fully underway. Here's take a turn. It's actually a really nice turn. They get one Phoenix completely, and then the second Phoenix goes very low. Turns back onto the Void Ray as well, so going to be able to grab that too. Nice damage being dealt initially by Solar. Good Muta control and good decision-making. Like, good moments where he turned around. He absolutely caught herO off guard with both those turns arounds, and herO was just a split. The thing is catching him off guard doesn't take much, because you got to be super fast responsively, but anytime you're turning around with Mutas and killing a Phoenix, this is almost always going to be good for you. You kill that cannon, it gives the Archon better access, but then you've got Ling Roach at the front. It's a lot of Zealots. I actually think the biggest issue right now might just be getting rid of these Zealots, because it's quite Ling heavy. Yeah, there's a Baneling Nest coming down. That's definitely the big issue at the moment. To be fair, there's not a lot of anti-air. It's those two Archons and then the Storms. Obviously, that does add up to be quite a bit. Nice Revelation, too. Lets you know where things are at. We kill another Phoenix. We're going to kill an Oracle, too. As herO's control early is, honestly, leaving a little bit to be desired. Ling Roach will continue to fight. The Ling's trying to slip by. The Zealots will be there to say no for the moment. It's very rare herO wall holds up, but this time it will as an Archon in the middle of the map. Getting caught as well. herO's just all over the place. And he's kind of getting bullied a little bit. He's getting pushed around hard, and he is hurting. And we're just going to see the Mutas, the Bane Nest, and everything else continue to come through for the moment here. And we are going to see ourselves, this army, going to get jumped on. I mean, the Mutas taking a lot of storm damage here. They'll finish off the Phoenix. We want these Mutas to be healthy enough to basically just dive in, kill this Archon without losing too many numbers. And then to just go back over. I mean, a couple of High Templars still had Storm Energy. I didn't realize that. Now there's a bunch of Archons. Solar, we need to not fight this. I felt like this went so well for Solar, but he really did not take this fight effectively. In the end, like, don't get me wrong, chasing it kind of made a lot of sense, but then he really just took too much damage on the Mutas because there was just more Storms available than maybe he expected. There was definitely a couple more than what I expected at first as well, to be fair. Now Lings are going to counterattack. Mutas going to try and get on top of this Archon. Mutas will start to regen over time, so if we enter something of a base trade, Mutas are good there, and again, there's still a lack of anti-S. The more Mutas you get up, the more chance there is you can kind of win out in a game like this. As long, you know, any Archon you get rid of, any bit of anti-air you get rid of is going to be beneficial. We're just going to be seeing the Archons fighting. The Spire's going to go down, so we're going to see our last Mutas in production right now, pretty much. Going to get rid of a couple of the Phoenix. There's one Archon there only. Like, that feels like something we might be able to jump on, but it is scary. Oh, so it just says GG's not going to have enough, and herO's going to take game number 1 of this. Alright guys, we're going to jump into game 2 in a second as we kick off into our second map. Is this a replay? No, this is live. We're just not getting invited into the game, so we just had to cast from the other stream. Hopefully this time people invite us in. So apparently they actually have a party this time with a bunch of casters in, but like they don't let me in the party either. Do they just not like me? Did I piss them off? I feel like I must have annoyed them or something, man, like... Oh, yeah. Alright, we'll jump into game 2. We are in the lobby at least, so we should be able to go without further issue as the countdown begins and we start off and get rolling here for our second game of the series on Tourmaline. I hate it when things don't go right, especially at the start of the day. Like, it just feels so bad when you start the day. It's like, oh, by the way, wait. It's going wrong. I'm like, oh, goody. That's just exactly what I wanted to hear. Especially when it's something as silly as just like, I don't know, the organizers just not being... Like, I get it, it's their tournament. I would never, every time we start tournament day, I almost always do a quick double check of other people that are streaming or live who may still be logging in, especially if we're about to start early. And then I always drop a freaking lobby link. Ugh. Like I say, it's their tournament. Just frustrating. Anyways, whatever. Game number 2, herO up by 1. And I really felt this last game was good for Solar. He just took so much storm damage on the Mutas that army got across the map. He's actually kind of missing Banes. Yeah, he was kind of missing Banelings, so... If he had Banelings, maybe this would have been a whole lot easier. as we get in for game number 2 of this series. So, kicking this off, getting this underway. Let's see what's going to happen as we get ready to rumble. For our second game here, will herO continue to extend his lead? Remember, the winner of this will go to China on February 7th, so that's what, next weekend? Not this weekend coming up, but the one after, in about 10 days' time. They'll go to Shanghai to play a best-of-7 offline final. How does herO stomp like this after casually losing 7 Phoenix? I mean, Solar just flew all of his mutas into every storm. Like, he didn't fly them into every storm, but he continued to commit to the chase, and he needed... If he had Banelings, I think he's fine, because if he has Banes, he can knock down that initial Zealot wall. Then the attack just can't continue, right, from herO, but he just wasn't prepped there at all, and I think that was the issue. Yo, what's up, Invisibles? Thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. Going to E-Man PUBG, Wabbit, Throlium2, Shy Guy SC, and Battle Goosa. Thank you so much for the generosity of the 5 gifted subs. Appreciate you guys. What is this wall again? Didn't Harston tell me that this is the correct way to wall off now, though? I don't know why, but I feel like Harston... I can't remember. Harston tells me a lot of things, and loads of it is nonsense, so I feel like he was telling me there's a new way to wall off, and this looks kind of like it, but... I don't know. Maybe it'll work. Maybe it won't. If it wasn't herO, I'd believe in it. The only reason I doubt is because it's herO. Live to start the day of it. I appreciate it, mate. Thank you so much. Appreciate the support. This is going to be our last stream of the month, by the way, guys. So, obviously, then tomorrow I travel to RongYI Cup, so I will be traveling tomorrow. And I'll be traveling back on Monday, and I won't be back in time to do any sort of Monday Cup. So, Monday Cup will be on Tuesday next week, just to give you guys the heads up. So, that's going to be happening. That's going to be what's going on. And, yeah, that's what's kind of taking place. So, that's what's a-doodling in the near future for us as we get into game 2 of this best of 5. Yeah, it's really been a crazy month on the stream. I'll just say this one more time, I guess, because it really has been pretty nutty lately, just how much love and support we've gotten as of late. So I just wanted to say I appreciate you guys, and thank you so much for being here the last month. It's I mean, we really kept the hype up throughout January, and as of right now, we're still above 1,000 subs. Whether that lasts until the end of the month, I'm not sure, but we stay above 1,000 until the last stream of the month. It's good enough for me, so I'll take that, and thank you so much, like I say, for support, and I appreciate you guys. Am I going to cast RongYI Cup? Yes, I'll be casting. Obviously, it'll be on the main stream, though, so... yeah, I'll be on the main stream. Enjoy HSC? I will. I will. Always a good time. I actually packed this morning, which is really rare for me. I don't know what got into me. I was just, I'm gonna pack. So I'm packed. I'm ready to go. I have a 6:30 flight tomorrow morning. It's freaking early, so I'm gonna be on the 3-4 hour sleep. Hopefully get a little nap on the plane. Oracle's just going to activate, going to go after the Queen. Queen's going to go down. Just going to be seeing the Forge, Twilight, and the Gateway coming up. Sporkle are going to shoot. Oracle going to take damage. Nexus building gets settled down onto game number 2 of this best of 5. What I might do next week is, because we don't have a lot of solid stuff in play for next week, is there might be one day next week where we do some RongYI Cup replay casting, which is obviously a bit weird because I cast the games there. But I actually think, like, casting them solo casting, because the thing at RongYI Cup is a lot of the time, when I'm the host and I'm casting with, like, 2 pros, I let them do a lot of talking and stuff. So we might do some, like, RongYI Cup replay casting, because there's also be series I just don't cast at all. But I also just think that'd be some really good content for YouTube, and maybe make some shorts and stuff, especially if there's some cool highlights. I think I want to try and do a little bit of that, so I think that'll be something we work on at this, on next week, if that replay pack gets sent out. So just a little info for you guys. Like I say, nothing too crazy, just like I say, it's a bit weird saying I'm going to cast replays at an event I'm going to cast, but like I say, there'll be some games I just don't cast, and then right, There'll be some games I don't cast, and there'll be other games that maybe just worth kind of recasting a game of or so, because like I say, I don't think Home Story Cup gets put on YouTube at all, so it'll be nice to get some YouTube streams of the coverage and stuff like that. So this is a walling mistake in the end then from herO, so we lose 8 probes. I mean, that was a fine wall. The Stalker was just in the wrong place. Like, you can't really make this up much more, you know? Like, dude, just his walls are cursed in every single way. Like, there's no consistency to what's going to go wrong with the wall off. Like, is it positioned badly? No, like, the setup was fine. Is the unit out of position? Yes, there. This time that was actually the issue. It's like, you're like, well, why doesn't herO improve his walls? It's like, well, maybe because every single aspect of the wall is the problem. It's not just having the wall available or having the unit there. It is then making sure the unit does the right thing as well. Ay. Healing's gonna jump around onto the Cyber Core. I'm just gonna see a couple of stasis wards coming down as well, so we set up over there a little bit. Stalker's gonna step through. Hatchery is gonna get jumped on for a few moments. Just put some work in. Is it a mistake if it happens every time? Like there's gotta be a genuine question of, like, does he just want Lings to get in to bait his opponent into, like, commitments that are not worthwhile? Like I've considered this before, but some of them are just so egregiously not well dealt with. You know? It's like, there's one thing to let the Lings and be like, oh no, and then be like, haha, surprise, trapped, and I lose like 2 probes and I clean it up and I kill like 20, 30 Lings. There's another thing to let like 10 Lings and be like, haha, oh no, my probes! You know, which is a little bit more what kind of happened here. And what happens just so much of the time as well, right? Like, it's like, well, maybe he's setting up the bait for later in the game, but at that point we're just mind gaming to a level that just should never be talked about. So yeah, it's pretty dumb. Plain and simple, I'm just gonna say, like, it's pretty dumb. Like, I just don't understand how this is not something we focus heavily on fixing. Like, everyone has their weaknesses, everyone is bad in their own ways and makes mistakes in their own ways, but like, it just feels like this. I mean, this is almost, it's almost like the, you know how Bjorn always starts the armor upgrade before attack, and how many times has he ended up forgetting the other upgrade? And so the next thing you know, it's like, oh, Bjorn is actually, you know, going to have armor and no attack, and that's so bad. And it's so simple just to swap them around. But that loses you so many less games than, like... I'm trying to create some sort of justification or something or anything. I don't have it, man. Like, it doesn't exist. There's no justifiable way to say that this is okay. There's no way this should be happening at this point in time. Like, it's just way too egregious. It really, really, truly is. But then, what can you say? It's herO. Like, we just laughed it off because it's herO at this point. But if any other player made these mistakes so consistently, we would be absolutely on them for these mistakes. We would absolutely be calling them out and saying what's what and all of this and that, you know? Like, we would absolutely be making those statements and, you know, and saying that this is not good. You're saying this is not acceptable or whatever else you want to say. Like, you know, saying you don't win games like this. It's just herO managed to win games despite the scenario. This game's a bit different. The meters, obviously, are going to be more so kind of a bit of harass, but mostly it goes into the Roach Ravager Ling beyond this. So we're going to go Roach Ravager Ling right now. Get that set up. We are going to see the Roaches and the Ravagers continue to chase. And a couple of Stalkers already been chased down. A couple of Zealots here going to get chased by the Mutalisks, which are slow Zealots, right? Yeah, no charge on them just yet, so... it just doesn't feel like this is really doing enough right now. The Phoenix is going to dominate the Mutalisks. The Zealots are going to be able to stand pretty strong on the ground. I don't think there's really too much else to say here. This is a defense from herO and Solar. This aggressive plan has not worked out. Now he's building Corruptors in this scenario. Does not feel great, honestly. There's just a lot of this that does not necessarily feel great at the moment. As the Ling is going to wrap around the pylon, will take damage. Just going to be seeing the Corruptors, the Phoenix. Just going to have some clashes there for a few moments. The Zealot Archon Stalker gathering back around once again, and just going to be seeing Immortal, the charge, +3 attack upgrade, all of that continuing through, the extra Zealots coming about. Not really much more to say, guys. This is a Roachling Ravager on the move to try and possibly close out this game and just push, but like, I just don't see the value in this army. It just isn't strong enough, it isn't really good enough. I mean, herO doesn't have charge still, so all these Zealots are not as good as they should be, perhaps. But this is just Roach Ravager. Storm. Solar obviously has to back away from that. The Zealots will walk through the Storm slowly as well, so the Storm does a lot of friendly fire damage. We just need to see this Roach Ravager start killing things. Charge about to finish, plus 3 attack going through, a couple of Archons and the Immortal still coming up. Stalker Archon coming through, the Zealot's going to be there, chasing those Ravagers down, just going to grab a bunch of them. Roach Ravager still being jumped on, Stalker's going to jump through as well, Archon's going to be there. Again, melee, Roach, Ling. It's going through, another couple Corrosive Bars coming about, Phoenix and the Oracle still coming by. Got the extra few Zealots coming over as well, just going to keep those building as the Ling Roach Ravager morphs in, and we get ready to go once more, but it's still just supply in hero's favor to the point where hero's thinking of attacking. That doesn't tell you that you're in some trouble here as Solar I don't know what does, because if the Pros is happy to come across the map and attack into what has been an aggressive build out of you, then yeah, those Archons can keep firing, Roaches and Ravagers still taking shots. The Fleet Beacon coming through, the Stalkers get some more damage done. Just look for some extra bits and pieces here as the Roaches will turn away. Uh-oh. Nelly getting jumped on, not quite just yet though. Roaches continue to run. Again, the army coming about, a couple of Stalkers, the Archon just going to hit the Lings. Let's see, a few more of those Lings going to be dealing damage, but like I say, Solar just has nothing good on the way, right? Like, there's nothing that's really going to make this great in any point in the near future. Like, this is just rough. We got Solar at 160 supply to the 180 of herO. And the reality right now is that this game is going to go the way of herO. We have a 2-0 lead belonging to the Protoss. Roach supply so deceptive. Yeah, Roaches are just not good units for their supply. Like, they're great units, but per supply, they're obviously bad, and that's obviously very, very deceitful in the end. Alright, just waiting for them to host Game 3, guys. I've got my eyes open, ready to pounce on this lobby the second it comes up. I'm not messing around today. Not after the first game screwed us over. Did he forget Charge? I think he was meant to have built Charge already. There's no way you start building Zealots like that without Charge, and Charge is so cheap. Like, is Charge something you really get a lot out of delaying? I'm going to go ahead and say no, not really. Honestly, I don't think Charge is something you get anything out of delaying, to be honest, so yeah. You're a legend, Wardy. You're a legend. Thank you for watching. If you're on the YouTube chat, consider hitting the like button. If you think I'm a legend, hit like. That's all I ask. You can subscribe as well on the YouTube. Our goal for the first part of this year for YouTube is to get to 50,000 YouTube subscribers, and we are currently sat at 48,317. And a lot of that did come through kind of after the RongYI and stuff, but the All-Stars event, but actually just been, like, in general, like, we've just had some really good streams lately on YouTube, and we've been getting some good viewership, and we've been converting that, so hell yeah, check us out, man. YouTube's just on a good roll lately. So shout out YouTube. Alright, let's jump into game number 3 in the bottom right side. A 2-0 lead belongs to the Blue Protoss player herO. A map away from China. Solar in the top left, needs 3 in a row. Ain't gonna be easy. How's the pup? She is good. Yeah, she really just got a lot better. She's fully energetic and stuff again now, and she's just herself again. She was not herself for a few days, but yeah, she's just herself again, so she good. Just wanted to get us a bit rattled for a few days, apparently. Hopefully she stays good while I go to Home Story this weekend. But yeah, she's just herself. Her biggest issue right now is that she still has to have eye drops because her eyes are a bit red, and she does not like getting eye drops. So every 8 hours, she's not our friend, and she paws at us and fights us. But that is the toughest part of her day right now. So I think she's pretty okay. Hatch gas and spawning pool are going to come through for a few moments here. So as a little bit of a starting point. Next coming up, let's say hatch gas and pool coming down, that drone in production. And next is coming into play. The drone going to chase the probe for a couple of moments here. And just see what we can try and get up to for the next few moments. When that cyber core coming about, that next is coming online. Probe pulls back and forth just a few moments as well. A couple of drones looking to try and deliver. And yeah, cyber core, nexus, probe, and the pylon all continuing through just for a couple of moments and seeing where we go. Adept is going to be on the way up, that nexus on the way by. Going to see the rest of these probes gathering as well. And the single Zergling will take a chance to go toward a probe here for the next couple of moments. So we move over, take a couple seconds, continue to try and apply some pressure. As the couplings will chase onto that worker. And we'll just go Stargate, no surprises from herO. Up to, oh, maybe he could have mixed in a Twilight Council build or something, but he decides not to do so. So we'll not see anything like that coming about for the moment at least. Again, drone's going to be continuing about. Links be coming through, the Void Ray and the Warp Gate continue to come by just for a couple of moments there. Going to get settled in, the Queen going to be there, the Adept going to try and shade, heading down to the bottom right hand side, making a move again. Void Ray and the Warp Gate all coming up. Let's just have our Link Speed, Queen, Overlord, Lings and Drones. That's everything coming through. That Void Ray steps forward, is going to activate straight onto this Overlord for the moment, so just going to grab onto that right away. Next is going through, again the Oracle and the Warp Gate all building up, that Twilight Council is coming online as well, so we continue to set this up just for now, as that lair is coming through with everything else also in play just for the moment. Let's see where we are going. A couple of Lings getting turned around by the Oracle, that Void Ray is still going to sit out there as well. Doing a decent job at the moment, the Void Ray going to activate to push the Lings further up to the top left hand side. Twilight Council, Forge, Nexus, couple of probes, all that continuing through at the moment. The Queen's going to be there to push the Oracle back over to the other side as well. It's just going to chase that straight on through for a second or so. As the Void Ray and the Adept are going to activate onto the Zerglings. Ling's actually going to take quite a bit of damage here just initially. A couple of those Lings will take some shots. Nice network coming up from Solar. I mean, I kind of like that he's going for different approaches. And he's obviously in a little bit of trouble right now, considering how everything's been going. The Ling's going to run through there. They're going to get a probe or so. He's going to get a little grab at the moment and find some damage. A little bit of opportunity. The Ling's going to stick around. The Adept will take some shots. Continue through with these next few moments as well. So a little bit extra being done just for now. So continue to step across the 3 workers going down. But this Nice is in the main base. herO has not seen it yet, no charge just yet either, so we are going to start pouring units out. The Temple Archives will be nice, get some Archons up for the splash damage. What do we target fire? He's going to go after a Pylon, because if you get Pylons, you can maybe supply block. herO's got a lot of free Pylons, though. Going to build a couple spines in this main base as well. Cancel the gateways up in the main base, so that's going to be easily done. I don't hate going after the Temple Archives, because it will stop future High Templar warping in. The first Archon there gets caught before it morphs. The High Templar there goes down too. herO, I think, is actually in a lot of trouble right now. The Lings are just going to capitalize onto these probes. And yeah, herO just not seeing the Nidus. Just having no idea that this is happening is going to be more than enough. And Solar, when he is backed up against the wall, he dug deep to find a way out. And he is going to do exactly that in the end. He is going to put himself into this series. Void Ray just about survives right there. So we're just about able to live through. But I'm not sure that's really going to change too much of anything. As, yeah, this is obviously looking like plenty at the moment from our Zergy, looking very good. Indeed. GG is called, and Solar is going to take game 3 of this matchup, and it's going to be a 1-2 scoreline. So we will stay alive in this series. We will not be wrapped up just yet. And the first semi-final is still up for grabs, if only by a thread for Solar. Going to run the ads, guys, and we'll get ready to go into this next game. Give me a second. Thank you for your patience. Copy up. Get into that. And get this ready to go. Alright, jumping in, getting ready to roll. Thank you for a moment or two, guys. So we are good. We can get this started off. Ready to begin. White Rabbit as Solar brings it back by a game. And like I say, we'll not let this series end just yet. Gonna keep this semi-final alive, heading into this next map right now. Gonna start off in the top right side where we have got the Blue Protoss player still in the lead, still just one map away from victory. Obviously, he's be a little cautious about some of the aggression that can show up if he is not careful. He will be punished. It is going to be herO taking on Solar, the red Zerg in the bottom left corner of the map. Into this game 3, and I'll look to see what we might get up to here. No probe super early, so the hatchery can go on location on the natural at least. That will be something we can start out with, if nothing else. And we'll get started that nicely as we begin pretty reasonably. And we just see this overlord going to fly over the natural and try and see where we can go to. Okay, we're coming up. Probe building by. Going to be seeing the hatch gas and pool coming up as well. Continue to settle into this as the probe will step over and just nibbling at a couple of those mineral patches here initially. So, working through this. We've seen that probe still nibbling away. So yeah, Cybercore and Nexus both building in. Hatch gas and pool will come up and online as well. And Cybercore Nexus, both of those building. Get that straight into action here and see what comes of this. Like I say, Solar had to get very aggressive to win a game, but I really feel like there's been chances for him in this series. I mean, I really feel like game 1 there was a good chance for Solar, to be honest. Game 2 maybe not so much. I really feel like game 1 there was a lot of opportunity that Solar just unfortunately whiffed out on a little bit in the end. So maybe something we can get back on track with a little bit. As we will see. Couplings will keep chasing the probe down for a couple of moments, so we just chase there and continue through for now. Stargate, couple probes, the Adept and the Warp Gate all building by, so just going to bring that straight through already. And the Queen going to continue to get into production as well. So everything just on the way right now, nothing super crazy. going to be seeing our Stargate, Stalker, Wargate. And yeah, this game's starting up as we expected, but like I say, don't think Solar's going to be able to find as cheeky of a win as he just found in that game 1 again, so that's going to make this a lot tougher. Let's finish, get that going. You see the Stalker poking the Overlord. However, we're going to activate it, try and push the Ling back as well, because that Overlord is going to go down. Doesn't really have anywhere I can go to, so it is indeed just going to fall. Clean that up, and on we go. Oracle, Wolfgate. Filling into place, Twilight Council, the Nexus coming through too. So Oracle just floating about to see if there's any opportunity. There is not right now though. Twilight Council is going to be on the way from herO. So he's going to ready that up. A couple extra gates will come along with this. That will be where we take things just for now, as the couple Oracles will build back up toward the top side. Just get away for a second or two. Twilight Council and company coming up as well. Oracles will activate, and just going to be seeing a couple of creep tumors. Something we can work on getting rid of here initially as well. So just getting rid of some creep spread, just clearing things out a little. Again, a few gates to charge. Although that continue to come through, we will have the probes in production as well, so we continue to get that on the go right now. And land that Roachron will come up alongside the rest of this, so we bring a lot of that straight into play just for the moment. Getting this up and running. And you have the Oracles gathering, and they're going to wait for their opportunities. The Zerglings will step around a little bit as well right here. I'm just going to be seeing again charge coming up, gates and the probes coming through. The Ling's going to try and threaten the Adepts, but that's 4 Adepts, so I just don't think there's going to be enough numbers there to do much of anything at all, quite frankly. And these things trying to wrap around, and the Adepts, like I said, will not just won't be good for anything. These Lings on those Adepts, the Adepts can kind of stand up and defend themselves, so pretty comfortable hold right there for the little Adepts as the Roach speed continues up. Roach and the Queen producing through as well right now. Bring that up and into play. With a few Zealots, the Stalker, and a couple of Oracles, we'll move down to the other side, and on we go. Fellas is going to get a little surround on the hatchery, so the hatchery going to be cancelled. No 4th base for Solar. He's getting Overlord speed, which usually almost always means he's going to be aggressive. It's going to be like a big Roach aggression against mostly just Zealots. I mean, we do not have anything else yet. This honestly feels pretty good for Solar right now. I kind of like where he's at, because the Roaches are going to trade well against Zealots, and then what do we really have from herO? Like, we have nothing else really on the way, so I don't really understand, I guess, what herO's plan is, or where herO thinks he's going to get to. Well, the Adept still firing. A bit more damage being done. Just going to see those Roaches coming across. That Adept will begin to drop down, as we see. You know, the Drop Lord is building. I mean, I guess we're going to get pretty close to having Blink available. So maybe Blink will be available, but it won't be +1. These Stalkers are not going to be as effective as they could be, and they're not going to be in great numbers either, because you've built a bunch of Zealots early. Roach Ravager keeps building. Like I say, it's going to be go time here in the next couple of moments, and we are going to get set and ready to rumble, so it is going to be about time to send it. Ravager morphing in. The Roaches come through just for a second. It's taking a moment or so to set that up. Zealots on the counterattack, obviously nice. That's something you can't really deal with easily still. You need a few more units to deal with it, but it doesn't mean there's no Zealots over here either. Stalkers are about to have their Blink, so it will be Blink, but maybe my issue now is that they're backed into a corner. Like, can these Roaches just kind of keep chasing those Stalkers and really back them up against the wall? Then they can't really Blink anywhere? I mean, kind of. There's room to work with. Stasis Ward is going to help a lot in terms of making sure that that does not happen. Solar still trying to break through this position. Supply is okay for him right now. The probes are going to stop pulling in as well, but he actually just doesn't have enough. herO just finding the defense. Solar, I think, is actually just heavily distracted with units on the other side of the map. Having to deal with those zealots is taking a lot of his own units away from what could be kind of involved in the fight right now. And instead are just kind of clashing around and not really finding much opportunity to do anything. So, yeah, I think Solar is going to be not looking great following that. I mean, he's going to go for a round 2. Going to have double upgrades on the way from herO, who feels like he's defended and he can start to tech up at this point. So he's going to try and make the most of that situation. See if that's something that, like I say, works here or not in these next couple moments. Playing Roach Ravager coming through. Robo facility coming up. Nexus. All-in upgrades coming about. The Roach Ravager going to be there. The Stalkers will take some shots. Things wanting to come across as well. Trying to break through the front door there. Break through the Zealots. And Roach Ravager coming about. Queen coming through. Zealots will come around. Ling's and the Roach just going to be there. Oh, Ling's going to get on the other side. Going to force a recall, actually. It's going to give Solar a bit of a break. I mean, Solar's still just setting up to be aggressive again. If 1-1 upgrades finish, I really can't see how Solar stays in this game much longer. Because with 1-1 in play from herO, he is just going to have so much firepower. I mean, 50 army supply advantage to Solar, yes, but the 1-1 really buffs up so much of this Protoss army. Like I say, I'm not convinced with the 1-1 in play that we can do much here, but let's see if I am wrong. Pylon goes down. A couple of throws of bars trying to land. The Stalkers just blink on top of this. The Lings are going to run through again because herO is still having walling problems. Piles will actually land a little bit here as well. Like I say, the blink in was maybe not the prettiest of situations, as the Lings will get right up into this main mineral line. They're going to go after probes, which are oversaturating anyway, so it's not the biggest of losses for herO right now. Who is finally losing a few more of these units over here. I'm kind of surprised he lasted so long after that blink, and I really felt like that was not the right way to engage this. Again, 10 probes go down, but it's mostly oversaturation anyway, so it's kind of weird, because it's like, do we care about those workers? Like, yeah, obviously we should overall, but it doesn't feel like we care about them as much as usual. Like, there's 23 workers on 8 patches here. Some of them were kind of previously on gas, so... Roach Ravager is going to continue by and continue to get shut down. Supply lead is still there from Solar. Temple Archives on the way, going to make this a lot tougher. Love the Oracle, going to get rid of a Ravager, right? So it's just going to find even more value once again. So just getting a little bit more done. Roach Ravager coming back over once more here. Temple Archives still coming up. The Immortal and 4 probes currently on the way. And again, a lot of Ling Roach Ravager coming through currently. Solar basically just goes again. He has nothing else to really commit through to, right? He just has to go again. He's got no future planned in this game. He's got no tech ready to kind of just pop out and continue on with. He's got Roach speed, Link speed, no Evo chambers for upgrades either. So like this is really just do or die. And he's going to try and do some doing. As the Lings are going to slip by once again into the natural. A lot of units are going to put in the top left-hand side. A bunch of those probes going down immediately. So that part is nice. Again, the Lings getting through, causing distractions. Now Zealots are on the other side of the map. They're going to try and cause their own distraction over here. Try and make life a little difficult themselves. We kill the 4th base. I'd feel a lot better about that if this was a game that really mattered about the 4th base, but with the economy currently in the state it is for Solar and the game state in the state it is, like 4th bases probably don't matter. I mean, it's nice to have somewhere extra mine from 12 minutes in the game, but herO should just be able to rebuild that. And now with Immortal Archon on his side, I have even less faith than ever before that Solar's army is going to be able to create any sort of a convincing fight, battle, or, like I say, really just anything that's going to go his way. There is just nothing here that is going to convince me of Solar's success chances increasing over the last few moments. And unfortunately, that means we are looking at a herO victory unless something crazy happens in my eyes. Plus 2 and Storm on the way. herO's not going to rush into anything either. He's just going to keep on improving his position. So he says if I don't need to do anything, I will not do anything. I'll just, like I say, continue to develop and continue to get into a better and better place right now and just ensure I'm in that great place for the future. He gets set up there. Ravager, just gonna catch a few Stalkers. I mean, this is where you can maybe win as Solar, right? If you can get a few catches, if you can kind of get a few units on their own, maybe split apart the tech units. You can see he's kind of coming from 2 angles this time because, again, he wants to try and capitalize on individual units being out of position. He's going to get an Immortal. Of the other Immortal Archon on this left-hand side, though, and then it feels like this fight will never be lost. herO blinks in. He believes this fight will never be lost either. Solar proved him wrong. +2 attack, not far from finishing. Going to improve this game state even further for herO here in the next couple moments as the Ravagers keep on morphing on in. Just going to see that +2 attack about to finish. Like I say, herO's going to be even stronger on the ground army in the next few moments. And it's 13.5 minutes of just pure Roach Ravager. And Solar has won some games like this in the past. I just think right now this one is a little bit too under control from herO. When you win games like this, they're scrappy and you're kind of still finding openings. And maybe just then we found like an Immortal and a few Stalkers and so, but I'm not sure if it's completely the kind of state that I've seen Solar win these games from, like I say, in kind of past scenarios. And that was also not against herO, who kind of is the master of scrappy games himself, right? So if you're hoping to use the scrappiness in your favor, herO might be the last guy you want to rely on that for. And there's the couple extra cells going through. The Ling Ravager going to turn around once again. It's going to be seeing the Ling Roach Ravager coming through for just a couple seconds here, trying to see what else they can find. But Solar, he knows that this is just not going to be enough. GG has to be called, and that is going to be herO taking this series 3-1 in his favor. herO will advance to play the offline final best of 7 in China against either Maru or Trigger. That will be determined in the near future. Alrighty, guys. So we'll take a couple of seconds, and Maru and Trigger will probably get set up and ready to go. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Just opened my Discord and saw Lampo was like, "Hey, you want to cast the rest of the series together?" I'm like, "Why, Discord? Why? Discord? Why you hate me? Why you not giving me notification?" I legit just opened Discord because I was talking to Lambo, and I guess like I must have just like minimized it as the message came in, or just didn't see there was a message. And yeah, I fucking Discord. Damn. Alrighty, guys, we are going to be readying up for Maru versus Trigger in a few moments. We just got to wait for that to get all set, and we'll get this ready to go. Solo eliminated. Obviously, you still do leave with some prize money here. $1,500 for 3rd and 4th place. But obviously, a win is massive because, hey, yeah, okay, you have to travel to China, but you're guaranteed $4,300. So it's a $3,000 win for herO. Yes, again, you have to travel, and that travel will be paid for. But $3,000 for making that trip, and of course the chance to double that money in the finals if you win the best of 7 final as well. So obviously great opportunity to have a great payday over in Shanghai in about 10 days time. That's only available if oh my god, they're starting already. Ah. Come on, I'm entering the lobby. Don't say I was late. Oh, I made it. Jesus. Ay. I genuinely thought I missed the game there because like the lobby was like loading for so long. I was like, no. I was about to be so tilted. That might have been a stop recording, stop streaming button click. Oh, they're gonna wait 2 minutes anyway. It maybe wasn't so bad. It felt bad though. I'm scarred from my earlier experience today, guys. I'm scarred from what happened earlier on. Ay. Alrighty. We will just take, like I say, a moment or two, get this ready. And get ready to start off. Again, thank you for joining us today. Appreciate you guys. We are casting the RongYI Cup semi-finals. After this, there is at least a couple matches I want to do from replays that were in the group stages, I think. I don't know how long we're going to go for today. Not sure if my... I don't know. I feel like I've hit the not really the burnout wall, but I feel like I don't know, I think it's just I'm going to home story tomorrow and stuff, so I know I'm not streaming for a few days. I'm just like, I've hit the wall of like, ready to take a bit more of a break, which is why we didn't do any replays yesterday. I think we'll do at least a couple series today, but probably nothing too crazy. Also, today's games might be shorter, and if they're shorter, we'll definitely probably do at least a couple of matches. Yesterday ended up being like a 3-hour stream anyway, without needing the replays, so there's a little bit of a benefit to that. Yesterday, at least. So, yeah, we're in the lobby. We're just waiting for Maru and Trigger. I mean, I guess the players are ready, but we're waiting on the main stream to allow us to go here and to kick things off. So we're just waiting on that, and we'll be off and away into this next series, guys. So, getting that ready to start out. Seeing where things will head very soon. Can anyone tell you the score? herO won 3-1, and we are just waiting for Maru and Trigger to start. That's the current state of things. I'm probably just gonna go grab a drink, I think, quickly, guys. So give me 1 moment. I'll be right back. I've returned to the players readying up. We're going to get this going, guys. Thank you for your patience. A couple moments between the games. Much appreciated. That's Maru vs. Trigger. That is about to begin. Exciting. This is exciting, because Maru obviously beat Creator yesterday, but it wasn't smooth sailing in the end. He went up 2-0 comfortably, and then in the longer games he looked good. I think my biggest concern for Trigger is that Maru looked good in the longer games. And Trigger has typically been playing a similar style to Creator, where a lot of the investment has been kind of focused around setting up into the longer games. So yeah, I think that's going to be kind of intriguing to see how that plays. Yeah, I'm interested to see where we take this as we get off into game number 1 of this best of 5, guys. Top right hand side, the red Terran player is Maru. He's from Vitality, of course, and he takes on the blue Protoss in the bottom left corner of the map, Trigger. As we get into this semi-final matchup, Trigger beating Clem yesterday to remove the Maru versus Clem opportunity from being available in this semi-final. And now here we go to see how things will turn out as we get this, like I say, game 1 underway of this best of 5 series, bringing this all up, getting this going. Excited to kick you guys into some StarCraft 2 once we get underway and ready to roll. Let's find ourselves an indie cam and sit back, relax, and enjoy some StarCraft 2. Maru and Trigger should genuinely be a very fun series. I actually think should be a really good matchup, but let's see as we get this semi-final underway just how things will be approached as we drop a command center down already. We're going to get that in a nice position early on, so no issues there straight off the bat. So that part of this is going to be very cozy as we just have that probe continuing around. Seeing where we want to go over the next moment or two. A couple gateways from Trigger. So he's going to open in exactly the same way that he opened versus Clem yesterday. So he's just going to go, and Maru's going to walk kind of right into it. Oh, he's not. Because he's going to scout for the proxy gate. So Maru's not going to SCV scout, but he is going to scout for the gateways with the Reaper, so he at least has some heads up of what's going on. Instantly, make sure there's no CC on the low ground anymore. Now we're going to go into the, so we cancel the CC, we build a bunker high ground. This is going to give you a lot better of a chance of playing defense here than what Clem had yesterday, just because you have that info a little bit sooner. Now, the bunker's not done. There's going to be 2 Marines and Reaper. The Reaper's low, so the Reaper can't really join a fight right now. I think if you're Trigger, you know, it's tough to kind of pick what's best to go for. Tries to slow down the SCV. I mean, Marines would be nice because if the Marines are dead, they can't get in the bunker, but the SCV pull is very good. We actually are going to lose a Stalker there from Trigger as well, so Maru is going to find so far a defense for himself, and Trigger is not going to be able to capitalize at the start of this series like he was yesterday, able to against Clem. So yeah, scout with the Reaper and just figuring this out allows for the response, and if Trigger maybe gone elsewhere with the initial proxy or so, maybe there would have been more of a chance, but that bunker keeps you very safe right now, plus a Reaper going across the map, as Trigger will expand, but of course this expansion is late, and yes, you're forced to cancel on your opponent's expand, but your tech is now late as well. That's going to be one of the main things to look at here, is that tech is going to be later than what you initially planned for, and that's going to make life a whole lot more difficult for sure. Stalker and the Wolf Gate coming through. Nexus still building, about halfway done. Reaper is already going to find 1 probe. Stalker tries to get close enough to get the kill. We'll get 1 more shot, but that's not good enough to KO. As we do kill a depot, and the Adept is going to try and shade in, but we're about to have the Siege Tank here, and the moment the Siege Tank is up, there really is just no more access allowed into this base. I mean, the Adept will shade through and get past the Siege Tank, try and go for an SCV or 2, gets 1 SCV. They maybe had a Marine there as well, but didn't have enough shots to fire before it fell. I'm just seeing this Reaper coming back around. A couple of Stalkers going to get grenaded, so they can take some damage as well for a couple of moments. So just a few shots on those, and at the end, I mean, now we get pushed back. Even a Cyclone on the way, so you have a bit more of a mobile defense rather than reliance on this Siege Tank, which is great at zoning, but obviously the Cyclone really does give you that little bit more mobility in clearing up, pushing back, and all of that goodness. So definitely going to be, yeah, exactly here. So Cyclone locks on, Stalkers don't have Blink, and so they can't get out of this. And so just instantly that's going to be, you know, a dead Stalker pretty much. I mean, they actually did manage to run away here, but now we're going to lose the pylon. Now we're going to lose the 2 gateways, and so this starts to go very wrong, and now he really is just kind of licking his lips. It's like, you really thought I was going to be so silly as to die to something that Clem died to? Ain't no way. 2 gates going down, and Trigger just gets so heavily reset in this early stage of the game without really doing anything. Resources lost his games. I mean, he killed 6 SCVs. But you look at the work count, he's up by 6, that's fine, but then the Terran does have double Mule now available, and like I say, that army and just the delay of tech really goes so heavily against you as Trigger, I think, is one of the absolute main things here. Like, just being behind on army supply really puts you in such a difficult position overall, I would say. Stim +1, both continuing through. Just going to be getting that up for a couple of seconds, as we otherwise see Maru just holding back. He's not in any rush to get anywhere. He's got the Raven out, which I love. If you're behind here as Trigger, you might be kind of tempted to be like, hey, I'm going to run behind Dark Shrine, right, guys? So that might be a temptation, but he's not going to commit for that. Not in this case, which is just smart, so he's not going to be baited into it. And, yeah, I mean, as Stim +1 continue through, the Marine Marauder still coming up, Temple Archives, Probe, Obs, lots of bits and pieces coming in. And you can see the Raven provide the detection, so the Observer goes down already. It's going to be a nice grab. Press that Stim Combat Shield and +1 all coming through, and you see where we head to as we just see the Bio Marine Tank, Raven 4, Cyclone as well gathering up, and like I say, seeing where we're going to get to over these next few moments. Figure out what we want to do. Impact, Combat Shield, and +1. It is going to be a good set of upgrades, and maybe we do just push with them. That's really the question mark. Like, are we going to push, or are we just going to kind of sit back and leave this for a little while? I don't really know what the direction of this is just yet. The hallucination goes down, it's just going to see that grabbed. Stalker shots and the Cyclone taking damage. We see the Zealot's about to show up, and they have charge, and charging in before upgrades are ready for the Terran might be kind of a decent way to do this. Storm on the way as well. I like that we're going Storm. I actually think that's going to give you more of a chance here for Trigger than if he played his usual style, which usually he has been going a lot of Robo Bay, Colossus. I think Storm's going to give you more of a chance of finding a defense when playing from a bit behind compared to the Colossus, because if you just don't have the Colossus, there's nothing you do. If you just about have Storms, there is still the chance that you get a very good Storm or two off. I like this approach from Maru though, because he's going to force a recall here, he's going to force Trigger to move off the map, and this maybe allows Maru to move onto the map much more comfortably. This is a game where Blink is still not a factor either, so chasing down those medevacs will be difficult throughout these next moments still, despite the fact that this is, you know, a scene. I'm going to drop a feedback or so down, but there's just nothing they can get into reach to actually finish those medevacs off, and punishing them for their trip through the main base and into the natural, and then just out up the left-hand side. And like I say, Trigger had to recall, so he completely resets his position on the map, and Maru now instantly is, maybe not instantly, he took a few moments to do it, but he is now going to start moving onto the map and setting up for himself here to establish control and to keep his opponent chased away from any sort of reasonable position to try and recover from. So yeah, I like that approach. Again, Trigger's going to step back on the map though. The medevac is still there, but he left a few units behind to try and zone them out. He's going to get a couple catches already. Don't know if I love that Storm. I don't think the High Templar ever got far enough or close enough to do much there. Like I say, on the left side, some Stalkers are left, so this medevacs can't go in from that angle at least, and Trigger's going to give himself a chance. Good Storm under the bio again. Zealots are going to charge through the high temp. The siege tanks on the high ground are an issue. We don't have any... the Prism's a bit too far back, otherwise I could have maybe made a play onto the tanks on the high ground. And Maru will not be allowed a third base just yet. If he tries to land it, Trigger's going to say no and try and make a case for kind of keeping Maru away from expansions. So we're going to be attempting that here in these next couple moments. Let's see how well it goes as the other unit's going to gather around. The Stalker setting up for a couple moments too. Warpin's still coming in. That Raven has been an annoyance throughout. 4 kills on it. It's not too bad actually in terms of just kills, but like I say, it's been around, it's been harassing, it's been creating issues for sure. As Viking Ghost continues to build in for now as well. Raven takes a few more shots. Prism returns home. Maru is going to stabilize in the end. Trigger, though, has done a lot to kind of catch himself back up in this game. I like these few moves. Slug count may not be amazing for him, but as he gets to 4 bases, maybe that's something he can fix and kind of get back into the right sort of gap on his opponent to put him into that more comfortable and just better position in general here. Hallucination gets shot down immediately, so that's going to go down without second thought. Again, still got the 1-1 upgrades, that blink all coming through for now, so a lot of that just continues straight into play here at this current moment of time. Zealots sitting out in the front. A few Marines going to be there. Hallucination flying through. And 1-1 upgrades and that blink coming by. The Immortal Robo Facility and Robo Bay coming up as well. So we continue to bring that through too. Everything else still gathering on in together. Just for the moment. A couple Zealots on the top side. Looking to make a play onto this third base. And get rid of a couple SCVs right off the bat. Another tank shot or 2 coming straight down. And Zealots getting hit backwards. Bio going to step in. Both those Zealots go down immediately. So again, easy pickings just for the moment. Stalkers will regather themselves. Widow Mines will get picked off. Ghost coming through. 2-2 upgrades coming about as well. Trying to catch both of those mines, not quite able to. And again, upgrades still just continue to come about. Stalkers, Zealots, High Templars, and the rest all continue to gather just for the next few moments still. We settle ourselves down. Another scan coming about. Thermal Lens, +2/+2. Archon, Nexus, building into play. All of that coming by. And Archon will finish very shortly. Trigger's going to be maxed, Maru's going to be maxed. However, this is where Maru starts to look very good because he's so good defensively. And if Trigger can't start breaking down these bases and slowing Maru down, then that's going to be where this becomes, you know, a conflicting interest, because I do not think that Trigger can really battle Maru in the later stages. I do think that's where Maru is at his best. It's a great EMP, just catches the High Templars clumped up there. I mean, not all of them are going to lose all their energy, so there's still a chance to step through. Sets off those mines nicely. Looks as though Trigger does want to press the issue right here. Maru just retreating away for a few moments. Fusion core on the way up, so we're heading towards Liberators. Double Prism from Trigger. I like that a lot as well. I think one thing herO was very AFK with yesterday was actually just harassment onto Maru, and there became a point where herO just backed off and let Maru kind of do his thing. So while I do think Maru is better in the later stages, and it can feel scary to attack into the Terran at this point where it feels like they're well set up and ready to party and partake, well, yeah, I do think there's something to be said also, though, about, like, just making a case for yourself, and Double Prism does give you the chance to kind of make moves, and I like that for Trigger. I like the confidence, and he just pushes in here and kills off a base. Now he might cancel a couple of command centers as well. Pulling the High Templar back, as we do drop a couple of EMPs down, and a couple of High Templar do get hit. This Trigger has to respect that, but at the end of the day, still, it's really not as bad as it feels like it could have been. We are going to replace that command center. Trigger has to be careful. If he attacks into this, he's got anti-armor missile on him right now. It's not fun. Good feedback on the Ravens. No more spellcasts there. The Ghost going to chase forward. We're going to blink in to try and punish those Ghosts. Just a few Marines in the front so we can kind of turn into this and just fight. And that is a good call from Trigger. Well played. And again, punishing Maru for just kind of believing he can kind of step forward and do as he wishes at the moment, which is just clearly not the case. The Planetary Fortress is not going to be coming through. We're going to see that cancelled. However, what I don't love is that this is a lot of Vikings. The Colossus, 2 of them are going to go down. The third one lives for the moment. We do have another Storm or so available. High Templars are still looking for Storms. Now morphing the Archons, but there's not a lot of getting away from this situation at this point, and that's maybe going to be the bigger issue right now. Extra Zealots, though, about to arrive, and Trigger looking to run through. He's got the bank, so he will rebuild quickly on the back of this and maybe be able to keep the aggression up. If you can keep Maru off this 4th base long enough, then you gotta like it for Trigger, but don't get me wrong, it's expensive, but it's expensive in a way you can afford, especially if you're denying the 4th and Maru does not have 4-base mining. He cannot necessarily afford to kind of keep up with you while you are not taking any damage yourself. So that's the kind of play that Trigger is going for. That's what he's trying to make a call for right now. Might as well fire it up, try to get something done. No real success there. We're just going to see the Fusel's not able to break through the top. You can see another command center flying out. Obviously, we've had trouble getting the 4th base, but if you can get the 4th and then instantly the 5th straight after, that does a lot of your woes in this game, and that's why I think it's important that Trigger keeps up the aggression at this point. Like, this is the worst time to back off, because it actually feels as though you've got Karen Maru somewhat on the ropes. If you give him space right now, the recovery is going to be extremely real, and that's going to be a real pain. I mean, I like this Fusel's going to get by, but what else is going on at the same time? Okay, we do have something. It's a big push to the top, and that 5th base actually has to retreat away. These Zealots obviously got blocked from going into the main base. They just want to buy as much time as possible. As Liberators are going to set up, though. We're not set to deal with Libs, but we do have the Stargates that have just finished, so I think we will be ready to deal with Libs fairly soon. We're just not really ready with them to deal with them with the current army. The problem is now you've got to build a bunch of Tempests. That's going to encourage more Vikings into play, and you're already building Colossus. This is where your Storms have to be kind of ready. I'd like to see 3 or 4 more High Templar added in the game. Because I think at this stage you just need a bunch of Storms, because it's going to be so much about the air army, and you're going to need a lot of Storms to zone consistently. You know, 1 or 2 Storms just doesn't kind of wipe an air army anymore. So you're going to need a bunch of Storms. That's why we see typically the Protoss scene success. So yeah, I'd maybe just like to see, like I say, a few more Stormy boys up and running, as Maru is now going to stretch himself out to the 5th base. Like I said, Trigger's made a tremendous effort thus far to get to here, but that's still a long way to go, because games against Maru ain't over until someone types GG. And right now, Maru's about to be maxed out once again. Again, resource loss has been decent for Trigger, about 2,500 resource loss worse, but that is fine because he has set up to mine more. That will not be true if Maru again mines 5 bases comfortably over these next few minutes. Right here, Storm's coming down, trying to stop this army from running in. A few units on the bottom side. That little bit of a flank does so much for you as well. We are going to see the Zealots though, and good Colossus micro backwards. We need another round of Zealots. He actually warps in Stalkers. Doesn't just appreciate the range on this army. Maybe just feels as though the Liberators are still scary. One Zealot over here being dealt with by SCVs extremely slowly, as Trigger is going to ask for a pause. Sorry, lag. But I think that should be on his side. We didn't see anything, so let's take a moment here to figure this out. And hopefully get right back on track without further issue. Alright, we're going to ready back up. Looks the trigger's good. Coco says Maru, and obviously we've got a referee here that should be able to resume this for us and get us right back on track pretty much immediately. So count this down.
Game resumed.
Vikings trying to step forward. A lot of these units are EMP'd, so they don't have a lot of shields on them. We are going to try and just get through some SCVs, which is nice. Maru trying to rebuild out of this. Marines, the Vikings, the Marauder. All of that coming about right here. A couple more shots looking to line up and get that fired through as well. Just going to see the Zealots stepping forward. The Stalkers pulling back. The Tempest is still aiming their shots and firing away at will. Trigger going to be rebuilding nicely. He's going to get a lot of Tempest, and I don't hate it because right now the Viking count's been reset a little bit, so a lot of Tempest can be very difficult to deal with here. You can see Maru stimming in. Do we have any Storms left? Not really. The first Colossus goes down super fast. Trigger's army is not made to really deal with an army that engages quickly and kind of, you know, in a straight-up fight right away. And so we are going to lose a bunch of the Tempest. We did not have a lot of the reinforcements here either. That does become quite expensive for Trigger. A couple of DTs are now going to slip into bases, though, so he's going to have a different punch to give. As he puts on a different set of gloves and is now going to hit with Invisible Boys, and Maru going to start losing a bunch of SCVs off that, so Trigger shows up with another way in which to kind of frustrate his opponent. Love that. Splits that DT away nicely. He killed a Raven. He did kill a Raven. Obviously, that Raven was around a long time. We saw it get feedbacked and all sorts. Just means that you are pretty much always forcing the scans here with these DTs, and more than anything, this pulls Maru back and it gives you a chance to jump onto this 5th base. We'd love to see the 5th base going down, but we need to kill the SCVs to stop the repair. We will get it. We had to drop a Storm here. We're going to lose everything for Trigger, though. He is not in a good position with the army. The Tempests are going to get chased away, and Trigger is losing a lot. A new Tempest is about to fly straight into this as well as he loses track of what's going on. And I just fear that Trigger lost a little bit too much tech units, just especially attacking in there. DTs are going to show up. They're going to step forward. They're going to just slice through whatever they can find reinforcing. These DTs, they don't have Blink, which I think is something that you really just need, because that just gives the DTs so much more chance to survive a lot of the time. Even still, it's going to buy you a few moments and rebuilds can resume, although I'm still not going to say that I'm in love with the situation. EMP comes down, the DT gets caught, the Libs, I'm going to relocate with the rest of the bio as well, just for a couple seconds here. Resetting through. A couple of Zealots back away. The Stalkers coming about. Just going to be seeing the Ghosts stepping forward as well. Colossus straight away. Going to fire some shots. A couple of EMPs come down onto that army as well. So a lot of that happening pretty much immediately. We are going to step through. We are going to be seeing this army just starting to hit bases of Trigger. Zealot counterattack. Going to go for the SCVs again, but it's the army supply we need to figure out something against eventually, because that army supply is absolutely booming right now. If we don't do anything about it, do you think that's going to be an issue in the long run? Vikings stepping forward, Liberators sieging up. Just see a lot of that coming straight through, and we are going to have ourselves this army keeping on going. Trigger doesn't have an army to stop Maru. Trigger played a hell of a good game. It's just he committed on that 12 o'clock planetary too hard, and he lost too much all at once, to the extent that he was not really able to rebuild out of this, and now this game obviously feels pretty doomed. It feels... I mean, where are you going to go from here? Lose the Dark Shrines, some of your harassment is gone. You lose your production in a game where you absolutely still need production because, yeah, you need to figure out a way to kill this army, and you're half the army supply currently, so it ain't going to happen out of nowhere. So your production's going to get camped, and Trigger just doesn't have enough. Like I say, he played one hell of a game. It just was not good enough here at the end of it all. And that is going to be a frustrating endpoint, I guess, for... I guess a frustrating endpoint for Trigger. I'm trying to think what he could have... I think, honestly, just that one fight where he commits onto that planetary, it was just a little bit too much. And it really was just a bit too much. GG's call. Maru's going to take it. I'm only sighing because it was a great game. I'm just trying to think. I'm like, man, he was so close. And obviously, I think Trigger's the underdog here. So for us, I think it would be nice for Trigger to win an early game, because the earlier he wins one, I think the better off this series is going to be in terms of entertainment. I mean, like I say, great opening game. We're ready up for game 2 in a few moments now. And get this ready to go. Do 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 do. Let's wait for our lobby, guys. We'll get into this in a second as we wait for game 2 to host up for us here. That's ready to rumble. And we'll kick this off. Now we'll trigger a second map coming up in a couple moments. It's ready to rumble. Alright, counting down into Tourmaline here for this second map, so we get this ready to begin. Get this off in just a moment. Get this started. They hosted this one without the game hop mod, so we will not have workers killed on the side of the screen, etc. So just a little heads up for that, that's something we're not in control of. The admins of the tournament have done that, so you guys know. As we jump into game number 2, top right side, up 1. This is going to be the Red Terran player, Maru. He's battling Trigger, who is now down a game. But put up a hell of a fight, like I say, at the start of this last series. He really did come in kind of swinging to start us off. I enjoyed watching the game. Like I say, I only really want the result to go the other way, because I actually really feel like it'd be good for the series for the result to have gone the other way. I do think Maru is the favorite overall, so it's not really a bias thing as much as it's just a would it be nice kind of thing. We're coronavirus on the Nexus here. Get that set up. And we get this ready to roll on out in these next few moments. Was herO versus Solar fast? It was like an hour, a bit less than an hour long, best of 5, so it was not super fast, it wasn't short either. Maru is going to take things into his own hands a little bit with the blockage down onto the low ground engineering bay. Going to be the initial call here to just try and throw Trigger off and to kind of take control a little bit yourself. So we set up for that right now and see where we can go. There's a couple SCVs going to pull and probes will take some damage as well, just for the moment. So some damage being dealt here early on. As the SCV pops, is going to go after that probe still for a few more moments. Away we go. Away we go. Type 1 next boat coming through. That orbital command is coming up. The SCV will continue to chase the probe for a couple seconds here. Did herO win? Yes, he did. So the winner of this series will play herO on February 7th in a best-of-7 match. That is an offline series in China, so it'll be fun to see how that one goes. As we have our concussor shells and a marauder opening from Maru. So first the engineering bay block, now we're going to build some marauders, then we're going to go 2 more racks behind it. So he's going to 3 racks. Very different kind of way of being aggressive from Maru, very different to any aggression he showed yesterday. Kind of intrigued as to where he takes this as a plan and what he kind of does with this, because yeah, a little different from expectation, I suppose, right off the bat. Let's see how it turns out. Extra barracks coming through. Command center coming about just for the moment. Settle in for a few seconds. All those barracks coming in as well. A stim pack and so coming up also here just for now. So Depth is going to take quite a few shots of damage, so taking quite a few hits right now as well. Going to be seeing our stim pack coming through. Dark Shrine is still coming about as well, so we continue to get that on the go just for a couple moments. So far, so good. Well, like I say, usually the aggression is going to hit hard with the 3 racks. So we see a Dark Shrine from Trigger. It's actually kind of nice because it's a later starport, right, from, Maru. He's actually 4 racks as well. So Dark Shrine is really nice because it's going to force scans, and usually, like I say, it wouldn't really matter as much if you have a starport. You could get Raven eventually, but you're always going to scan. It's a good way to kind of force damage, just kind of consistently with the DTs. I actually kind of like where we sit at with this for now. Let's see how it continues, though, as it take a couple seconds just to build in. A little bit Marine will gather up, that Dark Shrine coming through. Again, a lot of that just going to be establishing for the next few moments. Get that going. See where things are going to go to. Charge on the way as well, so there we get Charge Up, Prism, and the Shrine all on the way by just for now. Against Impact Combat Shield, Marine Marauder coming up as well. A lot of those bits and pieces continuing through just for the moment. Bringing this all in. Seeing where things end up. Bio is on the move. Heading across the other side of the map here just initially. DT forces the scan. We're actually going to pull the SCVs with this as well, so we are going to see, I mean, you basically just need scan, scan, scan. We drop an engineering base, so we can build missile turrets as well. Next DT is over here already, the other one's approaching. Like I say, you're just going to force scans repeatedly, but eventually you don't have scans forever. DT on the other side is going to try and force some action as well, so that will also be looking for that opportunity to try and just deal significant amounts of damage early on right now. The probes have to pull away, the DTs are still dealing damage, high ground, low ground. And looking to break on in the DT here. Do we have another scan available is going to become our question. I think it might be the point where we just don't. However, a lot of work is going down from Trigger. Okay, he did have a scan now. We need another DT still. Gonna be okay on this. Every probe is going down, so now we're not going to have economy, and that missile turret is about to finish. The prism goes down. That's going to be game. I had a bit of belief in just kind of forcing the scans and so on, but not going to happen, and Maru's aggression is going to hit Trigger well before preparations are made for him to be secure here, and that is going to be a game number 2 going the way of Maru, and just like that, a 2-0 lead is going to be established. Man, now it feels really bad that you don't win that first game, because that first game you grind, it feels like you're so close, it feels like you're so very nearly able to take Maru down, and now it's 5 minutes later, you're 2-0-2, and this series suddenly feels as though it might just be out of reach at this stage. That was a rough build, honestly, for Trigger to go up against, I think. I think that was one of the worst things he could have played against there, honestly. A little bit rough. Waiting for this next game to get set up. Take a couple seconds, get ready to go. As soon as everyone's ready, we'll kick this off. The finals is offline. Yeah, it's in China. It's not this weekend coming up. It's the weekend after. Oh. All right, Maru with a 2-0 lead, looking to close it out right here. He's also in a 2-0 lead yesterday against Creator, and Creator brought it all the way to Game 5. So we can hope for some excitement, but I'm not gonna hold my breath because I do think it's gonna be tough to find the chances here as we get set and counting down into this game right now. So kicking this off, getting this going, getting ready to begin. Alright, Wind of Madness is going to be our map. Let's get this started, guys. So we're going to have in the bottom right-hand side the red Terran player. This is going to be Maru. As in the top left, our blue Protoss will be Trigger. Well, in game 3, see what is in store for Trigger to try and not die right now and not just fall in the semis. It's been a great run from him no matter what, but he would obviously love to go one step further. Well, probes will chase, SCVs take some damage. Gonna fire some damage out for a couple of moments. Next in the Cybercore coming about, Orbital and the Command Center coming through for a couple of moments, so we're just going to be seeing this setting up for the moment. Concussive Shell's going to be on the way once again here from Maru. So going to get Concussive Shells up, going to get the Marauder on the way. It's going to start off with this for a few moments right now, so just get that underway initially, get this started, see where things are going to go. Council coming about, Stalker coming down to that bottom side again, trying to see a little bit of just what's going on. A little bit of adventuring to the other side here initially for a few moments. So yeah, Stalker, Warp Gate on the way, just going to see that Twilight Council coming through as well. Again, the Orbital and the Command Center building by just for a little bit. Get that all set up. Seeing where things will go. And you have the two Marauders actually going to catch a Stalker. They have to get into the line of sight blocker, but that's still going to be a kill. Second Stalker going to recall. That will save it, but not exactly ideal for Trigger having to drop a recall and trading one Stalker for one Marauder early. Probably not quite what he had on his kind of plan of what to try and get done here. A couple extra barracks in the engineering bay coming through against him. Marine Command Center's coming up for a little bit as well, so just get that ready to roll. Oh yeah, bunker up from Marriage is going to be pretty safe, but he is going to be into that pretty quick bio play behind this. This time it's a triple CC at least, right? So you'll have a little bit more economy to work with here this time in those early stages. So a little bit of a different approach this time out as we get that all settled down. Stalker is just going to come across. They'll take a couple of moments as well. Settle down for a few more seconds. Going to see a couple more Stalkers warping in once again, and we get going for a moment. A lot of Stalkers. That Prism going to be overhead, and so we are stepping forward at the moment to try and make a play. So over we go. Stalker's warping in with this. Trigger ready to try and be aggressive, ready to fight forward into this, and like I say, will he be able to have enough to make an impact here? Maybe a question mark, as we are going to see the Stalkers jumping onto already this bunker, so bunker taking damage right off the bat. We'll just be seeing the Stalkers continue to pressure in, and it's going to be nice. We're going to get a bunch of SCVs from this, so we will see Trigger able to start dealing some damage. This is with the 4-gate. This is funny. This is kind of similar to what happened yesterday against Maru as well. He just took a lot of damage to a 4-gate blink on game 3 to start turning the series around, and yeah, we're playing a very similar series to what Creator played yesterday. I wonder if Trigger looked at that and looked at the opportunities that were maybe available from that series as ways to try and, you know, get into good positions against Maru. Because let's face it, you gotta be good to battle Maru here at the end of the day. So makes some sense Going to be seeing the Stalker's going to turn back around, just going to fight back the other side a little bit. Going to see those Stalkers still taking damage, a few more hits coming through. And Charge, Forge, Robobay. A lot of that coming in right now as well. These Stalkers still going to gather here for a few more moments, and again, the Bio just going to gather up. We're going to see that Charge on the way. The little bit of Bio going to try and fight back Stalkers. Just going to be left to run right there, and they are going to do exactly that. Just going to run. These Stalkers still coming in now. That Robobay coming in. The Zealots are going to build. A few extra probes coming through. Trigger looking to try and get back onto this. A little bit of Bio in the center. If you can force it to stim again, there's just natural damage dealt, right? And there it is. There's the stim. But he's actually going to commit through anyway. Zealots are slow, but the Stalkers have that range, and they're going to get rid of a few Marauders. Not cheap units for Maru to be losing out on, so just going a little bit of somewhere for him right now. Damage is indeed being dealt. The Bio comes back the other side. Just going to be seeing the Marine Marauder Medevac continuing through as well, just for the moment. Continue to set that into play. Well, a few Stalkers going to set up. The SCVs will have to back it up a second or so. Marauder's going to stem through, and this will be enough for now, at least, to chase a couple units back. I'm actually going to pull a few SCVs in, though. I don't know if the SCVs are actually really needed here. There was only a couple of Zealots. I think Maru's concern is that the Bio units are pretty low HP, which is not, is not untrue. There definitely is a concern. That is something that can absolutely go wrong right now if these units are low and they get kind of jumped on, so maybe that's why we pull the SCVs. Not able to get the Medevacs out yet to really stabilize us here overall, but we will try, as a couple of these Zealots are going to get jumped on again, and they are going to get chased back. Maru is going to get Trigger into the middle of the map. Does Maru want to keep chasing? He's 1-1, so upgrades are actually good for him. It's obviously, again, every stim is going to cost you HP. Medevacs that are out now are kind of low HP as well, and we are going to see Trigger trying to get rid of one of them. Again, killing a Medevac here would be massive, but losing a Colossus is even more massive, as it means that Trigger is so far away, and these Stalkers, they just can't handle the Marauders at the end of this, is going to be the issue. They cannot handle the Marauders, and the Marauders are just kind of feasting. I think Maru is kind of just feasting in general himself right now, as this game is getting a little bit out of hand, a little bit out of reach, I would even say, unfortunately, for Trigger. Just because, you get your tech reset, you're going to keep on trying to trade with with gateway units against the Bio units that are clearly, turned out to be extremely effective as well. At this point, they're obviously going to trade super efficiently, so that part really is, like I say, just a difficulty added in as Marauders get after that Colossus again, and if another Colossus falls, that would be bad, but Trigger actually ends up getting a better fight, because A, the Colossus lives, and the Zealots really do a lot of damage because we were trying to focus the Colossus down, so Maru, unfortunately, ends up making, arguably the mistake there. Going to see a couple more Widowmine shots coming about, just going to be seeing the Zealots getting chased. The rest of this coming through for the next couple moments. Widowmine drop on the other side. Only got a couple of probes, so well handled by Trigger, who continues to try and poke now with the Stalkers and nothing else. It's going to be his plan for the next couple seconds. Colossus goes down, just steps a little bit too close, gets into a little bit too much danger right there. The Zealots are still going to try and chase in. I like going after the Medevacs with the Stalkers. What I don't love is, again, what army we are left with. One Colossus, a couple Zealots, a few Stalkers. Such a scrappy situation, but man, I just don't love how scrappy it's getting, realistically. At this point in time, not sure I love that a lot at the moment here. Also, Colossus gathers up. The Bio Viking going to join in together as well. We have got Trigger at the very least able to rebuild into more and more and just keep this pressure up and able to keep this going initially. So that part of this definitely seems pretty neat as the 2-2 upgrades coming about. Going to see the Vikings getting straight onto that Colossus. The Bio just going to stim up once again. Colossus goes down. A couple sentries are going to fall. 7 workers going down here. Make it 8. These Zealots are still dropping. Their bunker is able to hold a lot on the high ground as well. Maru is once again kind of chase Trigger away, and I think Trigger might want to consider really just backing up from this a little bit right now. I think it's time to kind of make some space, make some room, and just, like I say, maybe back up a little bit for these next few moments. Command Center. He's going to float across. He's going to see the rest of this army still coming through. Also here for a couple of moments, so trying to find everything we can. We can maybe go our way initially. Again, Bio the Mine continue to gather together just for a few moments. Going to see the Prism actually going to get jumped on. It's going to go down, so Trigger's attempt to make something a little better happen over here is not going to go very far in his favor either. He's going to see the few Vikings landed, able to get a few more shots off also. He's going to see the rest of this all still gathering up just for a few more moments at this point in time. Has a couple Colossus here at least. I feel like he's starting to fix some of the issues which he's had, which has just been. I honestly think more than anything, just again, kind of the kind of lack of splash damage has, for me, been an issue that we keep on seeing. We'll see if that maybe remains true right now as we set up for a few moments and take a couple of seconds. Gonna see everything still gathering around. A couple moments here still. Are gonna stem up to that left-hand side. I mean, we lost 12 workers, but this is once again where Maru's army looks very, very good, right? And starts to look really quite powerful overall. And maybe is the point where we get a little bit concerned about things and where things are gonna end up. Big jump. I mean, we get rid of a Nexus. Maru is gonna take out a lot of units along the way with this as well, so again, looking pretty reasonable in that regard. We're still just gathering through for a couple moments, so again, trying to see what we can do. Colossus flying away just from a distance, again, trying to get a little extra out of that. We knocked down all the power of these gateways, which obviously is not going to be ideal either, so definitely another part of the problem at this stage. Definitely just another issue that we have at this point. And Maru is going to complete the 3-0. Looks good just throughout this series. And yeah, unfortunately, he just looks like the better player. Just looks like the better player across this best of 5. I mean, Trigger definitely had his moments. He definitely made some of these games scrappy, but he just couldn't really contend with the consistency of Maru throughout this series, I think. More than anything else, definitely became, like I say, a bit of a longer-term issue as well. GG's, guys. GG's. Yeah, that's going to be it for us in terms of, it's going to be it for us in terms of the, the live event today, guys, because they only do 2 best of 5s, so when this resumes, it will be live in China. That will be February 7th that they play, and that will be the next time that we really get to see things. I think we're going to do a couple matches from replays from the group stages of this event, guys, so I think we're going to do a couple of bits and pieces, if that sounds good to you guys. First of all, if you're watching on the YouTube and you're going to leave us here because the live games are over, you can hit the like and subscribe. Please do. It helps us out so much. I even got, look, I can even make it look, say, like, subscribe. There's a button. Click it. Boom. Do that. It helps out a bunch, and it really does allow us to keep on bringing more people to the channel and hence running more StarCraft 2. We'll also just mention as well, if you enjoy WardiTV content, you can support us on Patreon, patreon.com/WardiTV. It allows me to keep on streaming because it gives me a chance to put more prize money into tournaments, and more prize money into tournaments means more content for you guys. In what's going to be a period in February that is really kind of barren of tournaments, apart from what we end up running, it is maybe more important than ever to try and support your community events. So if you like what we do, you want to see more of it, you want to help us to make events happen, patreon.com/WardiTV is a great place to check out. So, like I say, that's the live games done. We're going to cover a couple of replays. I'm not sure what we want to do. I don't think Group C was super exciting necessarily. I think maybe we can do... Maybe we can do a couple of matches from Group B still, because we did the Clem Showtime match from there. Maybe we could do some like the winner decider match from that group, and then maybe we do... I know everyone's been asking me to do Solar versus Maru from Group D, so maybe we just do that, 2 or 3 best of 3s from replays to kind of round out the day. I think is going to sound good. And it's going to also, like I say, round out my content for the week, because I fly to RongYI Cup tomorrow, so I will not have a chance to do anything else content-wise on stream until I return from RongYI Cup. So, yeah. Will there be an SET tournament in BlizzCon? There's going to be something called the Blizzard Cup, but we don't really know what the size of that's going to be. It's integrated with other Blizzard games as well, so it's for like Blizzard Classic games. So, personally, if I'm going to be honest with you guys, I would not expect much from that. Maybe if you want to stay like slightly optimistic, that's fine, but like don't be expecting like a World Championship level event at BlizzCon from what we currently know. From what we currently know. Alrighty, so yeah, let's take a couple moments here, guys, and we will dive into, like I say, some replays, because 2 best of 5s is not a lot of StarCraft in a day. We could definitely do with a little bit more than that, so that is what we shall go for. That is what we shall go for. Perfecto. How you guys all doing? How's everyone feeling? Say thanks to join us. So sad to say goodbye to SE2. I mean, you don't know. Other people may step up and do things, man. Like, we just don't know yet. Like, we only found out about EWC not existing like a week ago, so yeah, we don't really know. I mean, I'm not saying like, you know, hold out all hope and just set your life up around it, but like, I don't think there's a reason to be overly completely despondent just yet, you know. There's a lot of E's in the YouTube channel. What's going on? Why are we Eing? It's just E's everywhere. Stop the E's. I'll have to delete them. Final chance. Only chance, I guess. Well, that's a lot of E's words in an actual word, so I mean, I'll allow that one, I guess. Sure. I'll push over. Alrighty, guys, like I said, we're going to jump into some replays. Like I said, I think there's like 3 series I want to cast. Yeah, I think there's like 3 series I want to cast, and that is going to be a couple from Group B, and then the Maru Solar from Group D. So I think we will do that, if that sounds good to you guys. If that sounds good to you guys, I think we're just going to skip over Group B. So I guess the ones I want to watch are on here. Cool. So I guess we'll do Showtime Bunny. Yeah, let's do Showtime Bunny, which is the elimination match, and then Zaun Clem, which is the winners match, and then Solar Maru. We'll do those 3 best of 3s. Does that sound good? Cool. Let's do it. Best way to do it is just get started, to be honest. So let's get started. Showtime Bunny. That is the earliest replay that I've got. Watch, and let's enjoy. Let's see what we get. Hell yeah. Alright guys, kicking off, getting going. Let's get this one ready to go. Flying to RongYI. I am indeed flying to RongYI. Being in England, you kind of got to get on that plane to get across the water, you know? Otherwise you got to go get the ferry, and it actually takes a very long time. So, yeah, I'm going to be flying to RongYI tomorrow. This time tomorrow, I should hopefully be there without any delays or anything, so fingers crossed. Train? Yeah, but I gotta, it's a lot of trains, because you gotta get, I would have to get a train to London, and then the Eurostar from London to like, maybe like Amsterdam or something, and then train from Amsterdam to Krefeld. Like, you're talking like 8 or 9 hours of trains, I would guess. A lot of trains. I don't know how long all of them take, but like it's a lot of trains, though. Oh, I don't know who am I observing to be on. Oh, I think this is fine. I think I found the Chinese obs. I'll tell you what. Give me 1 second. I'm just gonna find Indy's camera on this. There we go. All right, we'll jump on the Indy cam for these replays as well as we go Showtime versus Bunny, you're ready to kick this off and get underway in the next couple of moments. Thank you for joining us, guys. Appreciate you all being here. And excited to bring you guys some StarCraft 2 in. Yeah, obviously been a fun day so far and looking to keep that action rolling. Should be awesome as we go through some of the group stages. So this is from Group B. This was the elimination match in Group B. So big game. Loser is out. Winner moves on to play the decided matchup. We'll also do the winners match from Group B, and like I said, I think the other match we want to do from these replays is the Solar versus Maru series, because a lot of people asked me to do that, so we'll do those 3 best of 3s, and that'll be my content all wrapped up before RongYI Cup. Being more comfortable and relaxing through though than airports sometimes, and less time for checking in baggage rates. So, the train to London's kind of chill, but by the time I get the train to London and then give it enough time, because the Eurostar is still going to Europe from England, what basically happens is that experience is not fun. So you have to be there like at least an hour before to go through security and passport control. So basically, that is already going to be more or less the amount of time. Basically, I would get to Amsterdam. I might get to Amsterdam if I'm lucky by the time I'd be already at my hotel in Germany if I set off at the same time. So the first part's comfortable, but getting on the Eurostar sucks because, like you say, you have to just wait around. You have to check in like at least an hour before and do security and everything. And honestly, it's the Eurostar part that kind of sucks. And then like from Amsterdam to Krefeld, I don't think is like a nice train either. It can be busy. It gets cancelled a bunch and stuff as well. So yeah, it's a lot more changing and a lot more effort. Whereas flying's not too bad. It's also probably extremely expensive to get the train in comparison to flying. If my flights were 300 euros, 300 euros on a good day would probably get me to London and back. 300 euros probably wouldn't cover my Eurostar, to be honest, so yeah, it's probably cheaper too. Is it more comfortable in the train seats? Yeah, I guess so, but like, when you consider it's like, we're talking about spending like 8 hours or something in the train seats versus overall I'll spend about 2 or 3 hours in plane seats, then yeah. It's not like I'm flying like long term. Like my first flight's like usually down to London's like 40 to 45 minutes. Usually the longest part of flying to London is once we get to London we have to circle around the airport for like 20 minutes until we can land, so usually the flight to London's like an hour in the sky, and then London and Dusseldorf's like an hour and 15 or an hour and 20 in the sky, so it's really not it's just really not that long. I think it's just so quick to fly, it just takes away any other option being reasonable. Not unreasonable per se, but like it just takes away the want to even look into other options. And that's me being unlucky that I have to transfer, because I actually had a direct flight to Dusseldorf, but because Home Story moved to January, the direct flight to Dusseldorf ended like a week or 2 ago, so it comes back in like the summer. So I can't fly direct. If I fly direct, it's like a 1.5 hour flight straight. €300 gets me an Interrail ticket. Yeah, but then you have another 300 euros for me to get to London in the first place to get through, you know. Like it's just, like it's the British trains are so expensive, and like for me to get to London is on the main business line, so it's like it's just not cheap. Yeah, like it depends how far in advance you book, but like because I book tickets to London sometimes with like £100 return, but it just really depends what time you need to be there. And if I have to be there at a certain time for a train, then I have less control over it. If I wanted to book it for tomorrow, how much is it going to cost me if I wanted to book a train to London tomorrow? I just did a search from there to there. Tomorrow. Departing after, like, let's say, like, we leave at like 7:30 or something. Let's see how much it costs. £146 to go to London. That's not even to get me back home. Oh, that's with the change. I can actually get there for £120 and it's direct. Maybe a bit cheaper later in the day as well, but like I say, then it depends on what time your next train is and stuff, right? And that can be limited. So it's just not worth it. Not that I pay for my travel, but if I told Take TV, I was like, hey guys, by the way, I'm gonna take the more expensive route of getting there, the train. Can you pay like 2 times the cost of the flight? And they're just gonna say no. So, so yeah. Yeah. Train tickets are stupid, man. So expensive. Don't get me wrong, it's like a 3-hour train, but like, it's still freaking expensive. It's just how much it varies, because sometimes you can get like a 20 to 40 pound ticket, you know? Sometimes you can get like a 20 to 40 pound ticket, but yeah. It's very dependent on a bunch of things, really, so... Anyways, enough about trains and travel. You think it'd be cool to take the Eurostar one day? It's kind of nice. It's nice once you get on it. It is just genuinely, like, checking in and the waiting room for the Eurostar is absolutely miserable. Is Showtime going to hold this off comfortably enough for me to keep on yapping? I think so. Solid Stalker going to push through. Yeah. The problem with the Eurostar is like, the waiting room has clearly not been expanded in a long-ass time. And so if you get there, you have to get there like within an hour before whatever, but you can spend an hour and just not have a seat. In just what is quite simply a waiting room with like 2 tiny shops to buy like some food from. Like it's absolutely miserable. There's just nothing there. It's like a full, it's just so busy. Every single time I've been there, until like one of the trains to like Paris leaves or something, you're just stood around waiting for someone to leave a seat so you can sit down. Like it is miserable. It's not a fun place to wait for traveling. So yeah, kind of sucks. I actually think it's worse than waiting in the majority of airports that I've waited in. Because at least in most airports, even if they're busy, you can usually find somewhere to go and sit or like find a quiet corner of the airport. This place is just rammed through and through. It's miserable. Anyways, let's talk some more StarCraft here. No point casting the replays if we're not going to talk about the games, huh? Bunny had a decent attack here. I actually didn't mind it for him too much, but obviously he does get shut down, so Showtime turns that way. But I think Bunny's still in an alright kind of place at this current point in time. Showtime is taking the bottom left base as his 4th as well, which is going to be the gold, which is probably maybe the most interesting thing right now. I wonder if he just feels like he's done enough to kind of deny Bunny access on the map, and as such he feels like he can get away with this. Or maybe Bunny just doesn't spot it for a hot second, but Bunny's running down there, so it feels like maybe he did, or he's got an idea of it. It feels like he's got an idea of it, maybe, because he's heading right in that direction with a group of units that would be perfect to deny it, so... Prism loads up, he's going to try and relocate a little bit, he's going to try and get elsewhere. For a few moments here. Let's just have ourselves +2 attack, thermal lens, the armor upgrade all coming by, the Colossus is on the way as well. Again, just bringing a lot of that into place for the moment. So again, a lot of that coming straight through. Just going to see the missile turret is actually going to shoot the prism, but it's not going to get rid of it before it gets in. And we could... Okay, I actually like what he did. He flew it out. It does go down, but he actually made, in my eyes, the right move to try and keep himself alive then, to keep that prism kind of, you know, okay, or in an okay place. So I like that. I actually thought it was a good move. Just unlucky that the Marines got onto it. So I was going to say that prism's kind of trapped if you fly it in. I was like, maybe you could try for a warp in, but then it probably gets shot down before you warp in. So I actually like the move he tried to make to get out once he knew he was going to have killed the missile turret that did so much damage to it on the way in. That's actually a pretty neat way of approaching this from Showtime. So yeah, I like that a lot. So we'll just see the little scan of this army. Showtime's just going to play around that left-hand side in general right now, and if he's playing around that left-hand side, he's going to be able to kind of keep, you know, Bunny from pushing down. It does maybe leave the right side open, but what's Bunny going to do if he pushes the right? Again, I guess in this case, he would now be able to kind of end up on a 5th base and deny that, so I guess there's something there. That Stalker will continue to gather up. Just take a few moments, a little bit of bio going to sim through. The Stalkers have to blink back for a second. Just take a couple of moments here. Marine, Marauder, Viking, Ghost coming through. Armory on the way. Bringing that through as well. Rest of this bio moving around. Rest of these Stalkers settling up. As we start to move through, a little scan coming down. This bio looking to maybe engage in here. A couple of Zealots are going to charge forward as well. It's going to get straight through to the front. For the moment, we are going to see this army having to retreat. Oh, there's a bunch of EMPs still available. Hit some of those sentries in the back. They finally do. The Vikings take a chance to get onto the Colossus now, and they will start to make some progress there. And these Colossus are actually going to end up dropping, so the Colossus will be dead. They will get wiped out, if nothing else. So we do lose the Colossus here, and just going to be seeing the Zealots are still trying to charge on by as well. Also looking for some opportunity. I mean, in the end, Showtime's going to lose pretty much everything here. So Showtime loses nigh on everything, which is not great, to say the least. But we'll see if he can hold the gold base. I mean, it's nice that he has the gold anyway, just in case, but not exactly the best scenario if you do end up losing it. So let's see where this goes. Let's see that little bit of bio still gathering around, joining up together, taking a couple seconds to continue to settle into place for the moment. Scanning out, that pylon will end up in trouble, like we say. Bunch of these units going to continue to gather about. Just going to get settled in here for a couple moments. Again, get this underway and see where we can take things for the next couple moments. So again, we take a little bit of time, get this set up and operational. Spider's going to drop down. Next is going to get cancelled. Pylon going to get taken away here as well in the next few moments. Just going to be Bunny able to deny that right-hand side and then just kind of pull back a little bit, retreat away here for a few moments as well. +1 ship weapons, 2/2 upgrades all building by. Again, Marauder Viking Ghost is producing up as well for a couple moments here. The bio going to gather on the watchtower. Just see the little bits of everything else gathering back through as well. Vikings gathering, bio joining. Take a few moments as the 2/2 and the ship weapons all coming about. Have a couple of Zealots actually going to get jump here. Stalkers and the Archon come around as well, so it's going to try and move over for a couple of seconds. We take a few moments. It's going to be seeing this Bioforce try and just peel back as Showtime pushing those two Colossus in the back. And the longer they don't get dealt with, the more damage you just get out of this, the more value you find from this overall as well. So definitely something you want to try and handle as best you can. In the end, the Colossus now go down, and Bunny's going to turn this fight back into his favor. This Marine Marauder still coming through. All Vikings and the +2 armor upgrade building by as well. A lot of these just little bits and pieces coming over as we do see the Prism loading up. Again, the Zealots, the Colossus, the Sentries. They will gather as well on that right-hand side. Still got that +2 armor about to finish. The +3 armor is going to be done from Showtime soon. Colossus still building in as the bio gets rid of a probe or two as well, so a couple workers going down alongside everything else. And Marine Marauder Viking coming about, the upgrades finishing. Topside Showtime still looking to make a bit of a move through. A couple of Vikings are going to miss that Prism, so Showtime can at least try and get some counter damage done in these next couple of seconds and try and find a little bit further value for now. The Zealots unload. A couple of these SCVs already dropping down once again, so you get damage dealt already. A few more shots just coming through at the moment. Marine Ghost and Medevac building through. The 3/3 upgrades continue to come about as well. Again, Colossus, Nexus, Assimilator, and the Observer continue to come down, making a couple of Assimilators right now as well. Bio Viking joins up. The Ghosts are going to come through there. The 3/3 upgrade still coming over. Let's see our Bio jumping through. A couple of EMPs come straight down onto the Colossus. The Zealots are going to try and charge it up and move into the front here. Just going to see the Vikings going to try and return some fire as well and see what they can do onto those Colossus still. You see the Colossus still surviving through those. This time the Vikings don't live, and now 3 Colossus in the background are very, very scary to try and deal with. with not much else going on at the moment, so yeah, it can definitely be a problem as we do see the Stalker still applying pressure, Medevac's being shot down. Three plus 2 ship weapons. Again, lots of these little bits and pieces coming through just for now. See the bio and the Ghost regathering on the third base, and Bunny being a game of a lot of just trades. 21 to 24.8k resources lost. Just a lot of big army fights continue to go back and forth. I want to see kind of players getting a chance to deny some bases after they see some successful trades as well. So I've been seeing a good amount of that in the grand scheme of things also. Viking will join here, so we set up for the moment. The Colossus all gathering through. The Zealot Stalker joining up as well. Bio army still pressing down onto the map for a couple of moments. Just going to make some moves. We take a couple of moments to see that everything will finish up in the next few moments. So again, get set to make a couple things happen. Nothing just yet though, so taking a moment at least. Bio Viking gathering once again, so just join up over here. The Bio underneath those medevacs as well, gonna sit and chill a little bit longer too. See the Bio able to grab a probe, so able to take that probe out. It's a nice little grab. Always nice to get rid of that, as again, Marine Marauder, Viking coming about, plus 2 ship weapons on the way in. And the Dark Shrine and the Zealot building as well. So continue to bring that all the way through just for the moment. Army gathering. And seeing where we end up for the next little while. Bunker's going to charge. Bunker immediately in some trouble over here. So Bunker will take some hits. Now the next to the front going to take some damage as well. So that will also into some pretty hefty fire for at least a few moments here. Damage being done across the board at the moment. What will we end up with on this one? Probably nothing too crazy. We're going to get rid of this Nexus. Obviously, Showtime trying to hold the high ground as well. A couple of Disruptors going to come down the other way. This Viking's going to try and fight back. And again, just see where we can go to as damage continues to come in just for now. Just going to see the Zealots wanting to try and get back over. The Vikings going to pull back as well. So again, we set up to make some moves on all of this. Couple of Disruptors going to try and fire through, looking for the bio units there. Not quite going to find them just yet. So no fortune there for the moment. So like I say, not going to find the damage we're really hoping for at all. So far, at least. Our Stalker's coming about, the Archon's still nearby. Just going to move around with this and again see if there's anything enticing for us in these next few moments. Going to get rid of this Orbital Command. Obviously, Bunny continue to take the base trade on the other side of the map. So again, we set up with that and we continue to come through with this. We're looking for opportunity here at the moment. Base is going down, so again we take shots where we can at the moment. Marine Marauder Liberator is going to be now on its way over, so continue with that as well. The base in the top right will go down from Showtime. He's going to re-expand to the bottom left, so I like what he's doing in terms of re-establishing bases and recreating opportunities for himself. He's definitely making room on the map to kind of get some things on the way and kind of, like I say, back on track and so in general. So that part of this is good news. I'm just going to see the Bio Ghost Force stepping back over as well. Marine Marauder coming up. A lot of that coming over, and again, we'll see where we go in the next couple of moments. We'll try and charge back down. Bunny has just so much supply at this point, though. It's not a good fight for Showtime, especially when he gets surrounded in the end. So Showtime's army gets completely caught. Ain't going to win much of a base trade from that kind of a position. He knows it, so he taps out. It gives us the GG. Bunny ends up taking the first game of this series, so Bunny gets the 1-0 lead in an elimination match as well. So Tournament life kind of on the line during this one for Showtime, and looking to bounce back as we'll go to Winter Madness for Game 2. But I gotta run some ads, guys, so we'll just take a moment for some ads. we'll get ready to get right back on track, like I say, in just a couple of seconds. And so many moments in this game that could have really gone very, very heavily wrong very quickly, I think. But kind of fortunately didn't overall. It was kind of a wild, like, actually kind of was just a wild game, I think, overall, through and through. Pretty busy, lots of trading. Bunny able to get the 1-0 lead. I love seeing Bunny succeed. He's always such a nice guy at events and stuff. He's always fun to watch, and one of the players that has not seen necessarily a whole lot of success in the last, couple of years, really. So it'd be nice to see him. Anytime I think we see Bunny kind of doing well is always nice for me, because, like I say, he's someone that is fun to cheer for, that does not always see that success. So it's nice to continue through with that kind of stuff, Alright, let's jump into this game too, guys. Appreciate y'all. Let's kick this off and get this party resuming. As we are going to have in the bottom right-hand side of the blue Protoss player, this is Showtime. Taking on the red Terran in the top left corner of the map. We're going to have Bunny. Game 2 of the BO3. Let's do that. Let's see if Showtime will be bouncing on back into this series or not. Typically it's the Bunnies that do the hopping, but maybe Showtime is feeling a particularly spry today. Get back in this and get back on track. It is just best of 3, guys, obviously for the group stages, so... And yeah, if you just joined us, we are covering some of the games from the group stages of the RongYI Cup that we were not able to cast because I was away over the previous weekend, so I wasn't able to cast any of these live. And hence we are just going to do some of them now, because why not? Because we can. We have the chance to, we have the opportunity to. And do a few of these matches from replays, and we'll like I say, after this I'll be done for the week. Like I say, I'm flying to Home Story Cup tomorrow, so no streams from me Thursday through Monday. There will be YouTube uploads if you want to check out those. You can check out the YouTube !YT in the YouTube and the Twitch chat. Sorry, it's already you're already on the YouTube stream, but there will be daily uploads as per usual. Or just check out all of the VODs if you missed any live streams. They're all fully available on YouTube. Easy way for you guys to get going over there and to get involved and all that goodness. So yeah, check it out. Check it out. Check it out. Check it out. On the way through, take a couple of seconds here to just have the Adept Chrono boosting about as well. Chronoing through with that for a few moments. Having the Marine going to fight that Adept there. Adept going to fire through for a couple of moments. Deal a bit of damage. So a little bit of damage being done. A couple of shots coming through. Cycling a couple of Marines coming over as well. Let's get ourselves settling as the Adept is going to chase the Reaper for a few moments as well. Just going to get that on the go. Get that moving initially. Away we go. Showtime just going blink into that robo. A couple extra gates coming by with it as well right now. So just get that on the go. Get that moving along. Again, blink coming through. Just going to be seeing the Stalker, the Observer coming up and online as well. Just going to be having the units heading down that bottom side from Bunny, so just making a little bit of a move over. Cyclone Marines in the tank going to hit the gates a little bit. It's going to be seeing the units firing through as the gates will take damage. And we will fire by for a couple of moments as we get this going. Stalker's going to blink through. Tank going to go down. I mean, the tank going down is big, but there's a lot of Marines dealing a lot of damage here for the moment as well. So we all see quite a bit of damage being dealt just for the moment. A few Marines will chase over. Continue to move through there just for a second or so. That should, for the most part, kind of clean this out at this point, I guess. And round us out on this bit of aggression. The couple of Adepts will gather. Reaper's still taking some shots. But we will see the... I really felt like this was going to get cleaned up a little sooner, but the Stalkers now should be able to micro their way through to victory at this stage. And that should be all good as the Stalkers keep on taking some more damage. Viking going to fire. Stalkers coming back around. Again, just going to be seeing the Viking tank and the Marines coming over as well. Stalkers just back it up right there. Again, just going to see the rest of this all coming through. Stalkers heading to the top side. And Showtime will look to instantly counterattack to follow up on this. A couple of Vikings that landing, so they're just going to set themselves down just for the moment. Marine Viking tank coming to push through for a couple of seconds as well. Marines tanks just going to come through. Just going to see some shots going down. We are going to be seeing, obviously, the tanks reinforcing this gives you a little bit more power on this position once again. So seeing that kind of lighten up a little bit. We are going to see some damage being dealt. I mean, Showtime struggling to really kind of break through Bunny's position here. And Bunny putting a lot of pressure on. And remember, this is an elimination matchup. So you lose this at Showtime, this game right now, and you are out of the competition. Stalkers end up blinking forward, looking for the siege tanks. Going to get rid of one, going to get rid of two. A couple of Vikings will take some damage as well. Just going to see those cleaned up. The Marines will now go down. Showtime is going to find a defense. Man, that looked rough with just the new wave of siege tanks kind of being there and being active. That looked really rough. Gonna see Stimpack Combat Shield +1 coming through. Gonna see the rest of this coming about. I mean, obviously Showtime just gonna push straight into this natural. This is gonna be the issue for Bunny. Does he have enough to actually just hold on at this point? This can be a dangerous position. The depot taking a lot of damage. Stim Combat +1 continuing through as well, just for now. Just bringing a lot of this up and running at this point in time. Mortal is gonna end up a lot of damage once again. Gonna be seeing the SCV is gonna get chased back. What of Mines continue to come through. Just gonna have the Marauder coming in. Stalker's gonna get one Marauder already. Just gonna grab that, and we will see the rest of this still powering on by, continuing through for the moment. Just gonna see that Storm coming up, back upgrade coming by as well. Bringing a lot of this in just for the next few moments. So again, Concussive Shells building up, Marine Marauder Medevac coming through for a couple of moments now. So we got a lot of this on the go as the bio coming over. Fire pulling around, Medevac's going to be there. Just going to see a couple of mines coming through as well. And Marine Marauder Viking coming about. Ghost Academy coming through also. A lot of that coming straight on in at the moment there. So again, get that on the way. The next few moments, just going to see the Bio Army coming through. Just going to grab an Observer, or wanted to. Had to scan a second time. Always feels bad with a double scan coming down. Denzel Stalker gathering back up. Just going to see those ghosts on the way. Vikings and Marines are on the way, so we continue to bring that through as well. A couple of storms coming down. SCVs take a chunk of damage, and we will see the High Templars going to drop one more storm toward a few SCVs. The Vikings going to go in after the Prism. SCVs dropping. Big push in from Showtime. Numbers looking good for him just in general. And Showtime looks great here. Right now, Storm, a couple of feedbacks dropping by as well. It's going to be seeing the Bio continue to fight. A couple of those Zealots still taking damage as well here. So again, a few shots coming in. I don't really think Bunny has the numbers to get through. Honestly, even just the Zealots, never mind everything behind it, which is still a Storm available and an Archon kind of, tracking through as well. Don't think we're going to get much to get away from this one. So it does look as though we're going to be good as the Storm comes down, but that Bio taking damage, the Vikings taking damage too. Like I say, just damage through and through at this point in time. It does feel as though we get ourselves to a victory screen here is Showtime more than likely here on Winter Madness. I don't think this is going to turn away from him. Bunny is going to say GG's, and we will tie up 1-1. Man, this is a tricksy game. I felt there was so many dangerous moments in this series for Showtime so far. Very, very dangerous. Cool. Alright guys, we will take a few moments and get ready to resume into a game 3 of this matchup, which is going to be on White Rabbit. Just run some ads again, just because the earlier games we've been going a bit longer, kind of have us a little bit backed up against the wall with the ads. I'm going to try and stay clear of that. Right, Rabbit coming through then in just a few short moments. We continue through, so we're going to do this Bunny Showtime match, then we're going to do Clamzown, and like I say, then we're going to do Solar Maru. That's our story for the day, guys. Again, appreciate you dropping by. See you all, and yeah, thanks for joining us here today. It's good to see you all. Alright, let's do it. Let's jump into White Rabbit. Let's get this one started up. Let's get this one rolling. Game number 1 of this game number 3 of this BO3. As we go to White Rabbit here. And kick this off in a second. I forgot I have to find the Observer. But good. Let's try and do that without you guys peeking at the game length or anything. Keep it spoiler free in case you guys can't hold back from watching what's on the screen for half a second. I know what Twitch chats are like. Always looking for the chance to misbehave. Is Maru Serral in this tourney? Well, Serral is not in this tourney, so no. Front boosting out. Just going to be seeing the assimilators coming down, refineries and the barracks coming up, gateway and the assimilator coming by. And a lot of this up and running for a few moments right now to get this started. See where things will go very soon. Now on the indie cam, you will move from this base shortly, I'm sure. I'm on indies, right? I am. Alright, so we'll just take a moment, guys. Shouldn't be long we get moving. As, yeah, this game 3 of Showtime Bunny sets up and gets underways. Cybercore Nexus both building by. We do have our factory and the Reaper coming up as well. So again, just get settled in for a couple moments. The Reaper is going to pop. I'm going to take a journey to the other side for a few moments there. And just going to be seeing that Reaper maneuvering for a couple of moments right now. And that Adept in the Warp Gate continue to come about. Again, just build up that command center, just get that on the go, build that through. Alien keeps building, the Reaper is about to finish, and again, the command center on the low ground, Reaper just going to sit there and wait alongside everything else as well. So just get joined up together for a few moments, get that all settled. Adept just going to fire a shot or two off, so already some damage on that one, as we do see the Twilight Council coming by, that Warp Gate coming up as well. And a lot of this coming through in the next few moments also, so we just get this settled in and wait for Bunny to move across, because he's got the Reaper Hellion production, so it is generally going to be him to make a move here early. Hellion gets back up toward that top side, so again begins to make some moves upwards on the map for the moment. So yeah, we get that journey in, we get that started. Okay, coming through, the blink is coming about, just going to see the starport finishing very shortly as well. You are going to see the Adepts out the front, a little bit of a dangerous position for them, got to be very careful, don't want to step too far forward and end up in loads of trouble, and just going to lose the Hellions, going to lose the Reaper as well. It felt like a good moment ago, honestly, for Bunny. I don't hate what he went for there, but he's going to get, what, a couple workers in the end? Only the couple workers. Like I say, it felt like a good opportunity. I felt like he was going to get a unit or two to start us off with at least, and at least, you know, take a good jump in the game as well, but it didn't quite happen like that in the end, so, you know, unfortunately, a good situation maybe gone not quite as good. It is just early game units from Bunny, so we're not going to call it the end of the world or anything, but not exactly ideal. Is this a show match? No, these are replays from the group stages of the RongYI Cup, because I was not here to cast them, so we're just covering some replays instead of not seeing what happened in the games. We get to have a look at the games and just enjoy, because, like I said, I didn't watch them, and while we maybe know some of the results, good StarCraft is still good StarCraft. And I have nothing else to do today before I wrap up and head over to Home Story Cups tomorrow, so yeah. Sorry, I appreciate it's not labeled anywhere on YouTube. Updating the YouTube stuff's kind of weird, because if I update the YouTube title, it'd be like, casting some replays, then when the VOD ends, the VOD saves with that title, which just doesn't look good if you want people to kind of click on the live stream VOD, because people would much rather click on the original title, so it's a little, it's just a lot of I mean, I could probably change it back again, I guess, but then it's just a lot of messing around, so I apologize if it's not clear on the YouTube. It is more or less due to my laziness, I guess. There's a couple Marines come through, they're going to fire a few shots off against Impact and Combat Shield. We'll build by Temple Archives and extra gateways coming up as well, so we get a lot of that just on the goes. And seeing where we can take things for a little bit of time here. And Temple Archives, gates in the charge coming up. Just going to see those probies coming through. The Adept is going to go for a little bit of a shade across as well for a few moments. Just going to move that over. Marines, the Marauder coming about, Raven and the Medevac overhead as well. All joining in together for now. Combat Shield and that Stim Pack both building up. The Medevac boosts out up that left-hand side. We do see a couple of Marauders and a few Marines coming over for now, so we will have that movement happening. Storm Charge, a Templar coming up as well. Raven just going to gather about there for a few moments. We will see the upgrades all continuing through, and Cluster Shell is going to be a part of that. The Bio Army will gather together and just settle down for a few moments here as the Bio Force will step through. Raven going to be overhead as well. It's going to come through with that. Let's see where we get to, as the Stalker's actually going to get caught a little bit. Nice movement from Bunny. He's going to find himself a catch on this. I feel like a lot of Terrans have been very good at kind of finding the catch on the forward Stalkers lately. Taking medevacs of units out initially and just kind of pushing them into position and just, like I say, try and get that catch and find a few kills and force a recall as well, especially. And it just stops the Stalkers from kind of counting you backwards if they get caught like that. So there's a lot of real benefits to, you know, kind of, you know, making that approach more or less. Probes here going to start going down. The Bio unloading into the mineral line. We'll get not really actually many pros. Gets the battery. Going to get the pylon powering 5 of the gateways. That may be the bigger factor right now, because that's a lot of gateways that we just lose power to at the moment. Just going to be seeing the couple extra storms coming down. Marines still taking a lot of shots. A couple high tempo become the Archon. Going to see the Bio still trying to fight through there. There's a couple Zealots looking to slice and dice their way through also. And again, the Archon, the +1 attack upgrade coming through. Ghost Academy still building, couple extra barracks on the way. Command Center and Widow Mines all continuing into play for the moment. A little Widow Mine shot there. Gonna get some damage done too. Nexus wants to come down over that top side as well. It's just looking to settle in that position. Medevacs will boost back the other way. Again, attack upgrade coming about. High Templars, Zealots, everything producing. Taking a few moments as the medevac will boost through one more time. Well, the Zealots and then +1 coming about. Robobay in production. Our medevacs will go back over that far right-hand side. I'm just going to try and hide away for foreseeable future to settle this down a bit. Army over on the left side here, and again the Robobay, the Nexus, a couple of Ghosts, and the armor upgrade. All of that building straight through. Widow Mine going to hit nicely onto the Zealots initially, as there's some good splash. Going to see more Widow Mines burrowing up, and the drop on the other side also looks pretty reasonable here, so that looks good, as we do have the Nexus in some trouble. The Bio going to try and fight. So the EMP comes down to some of those Stalkers. The High Templar taking some EMPs as well. I mean, bunch of damage being done to try and slow this and to stop this. Showtime loses his main base. He will pull a lot of units on the other side, but can he move through for more economic damage, especially after losing your main? I mean, 4th is about to finish for Showtime, so he's going to have, you know, a little bit of a way back in this, but it's not exactly an ideal scenario. Let's, you know, make this a very real situation. You just lost your main base, and you're going to force the 3rd to lift off, I guess, so you're at least keeping this kind of 2 bases to 3, and you still do have the 3 as you start to mine off your 4th in the near future. This guy just coming down again. I'm just going to be seeing the rest of this army stepping back out also, so we take a few moments over in that direction and wait to see what we do next. Let's the Stalkers play cleanup. Again, we reset just a little bit here as the Vikings and Marauders and Ghosts all continue to produce on through. We've got that Colossus on the way, the few Zealots gathering, probes, and the Nexus building into place. Again, just for the moment, so we get a lot of that up and running just for now. And yeah, the couple Ghosts, Marines, and the medevac all building through. The Orbital Command is going to land down here just next to those minerals. Get that started. Again, the few Zealots looking to try and get some work done. Showtime, back down the left side, looking for a little bit of a push around over there. A couple of Zealots going to come through. One Marine jumps into that bunker. The EMP coming down on the Zealots as well, just initially. Again, Colossus and the armor upgrade coming about. The Marauders, the Ghost coming online as well. Bring a lot of that through just for the moment here. Marine Marauder, medevac Viking heading out towards the top of the map just for a few moments, and again, moving that across. Some work in initially. This army sells. The few Stalkers move over to take some chances. Stalker stepping around will just be taking a step up. There is going to be a bunch of ghosts there, but everything else turns away as so for the moment. And the Stalker just going to gather. My Templars and the Colossus gathering through. Just going to be seeing the Marines gathering up as well. See another storm coming down. Again, a little bit more damage being done. I see that army gathering. Big push from Showtime. He's maxed out. Bunny's going to be on the map to somewhat try and greet this, but not sure how much I love it for them. They end up kind of clashing here early. And Bunny is obviously going to be clawing his way towards being supply blocked. The scan comes down, so just going to keep an eye on things for a second or two. And we're all going to be seeing another scan over the sides as well. And we will set up to go. Prism gets shot down immediately there. That's going to be a nice catch. I want a big stim forward. Goats approaching. Of course, big EMPs can really kickstart this fight in your favor here as Bunny. And I've got to imagine that's something he's looking to try and do. 10 +2 attack, +2 armor on the way. Prism speed coming up at those gates and that Nexus on into life as well. The rest of this bio continuing to settle just for the moment, so again, a lot of that coming through for now. At this current point in time, Vikings, bio, ghosts, again, a lot of everything just gathering together at the moment. This Nexus is going to start taking some damage, and you can see the pylon ended up going down off to the edge as well. Stalker Archon pulling back over, just going to get a cancel on the front command center as we move through initially. Going to be seeing these units going to commit straight on in. Zell's going to get in after the SCVs. A bunch of damage being done. A few of the Stalkers peeling back for a few moments as well. Our 2-2 upgrades continuing by. Our Nexus coming online. Cannons as well. EMPs all over the Stalkers and the High Templar initially. Another storm coming down. The Colossus now getting jumped on by a couple of those Vikings also. So we're just going to take that chance to chase for a few moments time. Again, the Zell Storm Colossus pulling back around. Good storm hitting a lot of the Vikings here, but only one, and they fly kind of straight through. Showtime's going to lose the Colossus. The Zell's trying to get to work on this army, and they had a decent kind of start to this round, but obviously the ramp and kind of the corner of that ramp makes the Zell's really have to run a long way to truly get a surround going, and that's going to be costly in the end. The Vikings are still trying to chase in. Again, a couple of Colossus and High Templar all building up. A lot of that on the way. These Zealots are going to charge back through. Vikings going to take a bunch more damage. Storm once more. Vikings taking hits. Ghosts and the bio units continue to have to just pull the hell away from this now as the Zealots will be chased one more time. Oh, jump onto this Nexus. I mean, Bunny's still lost a lot of supply, and he's not rebuilding well because he's lost a ton of SCVs in this game. So without the SCVs, the rebuild's going to be tough, and that means that Showtime gets a few more units warped in. He's going to start looking a whole lot better in these next few moments, and definitely kind of stepping in the right direction just to kind of completely reset. I've got the bio coming across. Just going to be seeing a little pylon pick off, nothing too crazy. Just for a couple of moments. And again, things will continue to settle here as the +1 ship weapons, the +2 attack coming by as well. Bio, Medevac, Viking continuing to come through just for now. A lot of that still being brought into play here. And let's just have the Zealot Stalker Archon going to chase. A couple Colossus are going to come up tight around the back side of that as well. Continue to chase on forward. Look to see where they can get to. The Zealots are going to keep going after that Bio Force. The Medevac's overhead. Archon, Stalkers, and everything else just still joining up. And the Medevac's going to have to load and get out of there just for a moment or two. Drop another scan down, just trying to see There's an observer on this high ground, but Showtime is up almost 100 supply here. I don't think there's going to be a lot of stopping Showtime from committing into this position. I think this one is going to come to a pretty hefty stopping point for Bunny. Showtime is going to bounce back in this series from the deficit to the win, and Showtime's going to get it done. GG's. Alrighty, guys, so that's going to lead us into Clem versus Zaun from the winners match. So we will jump into Clem Zaun in a couple of moments. I'm going to take a quick break. We'll be right back, and when we come back, Clem Zaun, and then after that, we'll do Maru versus Solar. Yummy. Hello, hello, and welcome back, everybody. How are we doing? Thank you for joining us here for some extra content today with some RongYI Cup groups. We're going to do the Clem Zaun series that was the winners match of this group that we're currently in, basically. Group B? I think it's Group C we're skipping out on. So yeah, Group B. So let's go into Clem Zaun and see what this series was all about. Get this underway in a second. Alrighty, so in the bottom left-hand side, we're going to have ourselves the blue Terran. It's going to be Clem. This is a winner's match, so when it advances to the playoffs, the loser will drop down to the decider. We're not going to cast that, like I say. We will go for, as previously mentioned, this series, and then the winner of this... sorry, not the winner of this at all. We'll do this series, and then we'll go into the Maru Solar matchup from Group D, and that's going to be our, basically, like I said, our content for the day is the plan. And hope everyone's doing well. Thanks for joining us Make sure you tune in to Home Story Cup this weekend. Obviously, it's something we get all the time anymore, so go and check that out. Home Story Cup this weekend on Take TV. I'll be casting. Roddy will be casting. A bunch of players will be casting. It'll be fun. Usual Home Story Cup vibes. Will be tremendous, as per usual, I would imagine. As we see the Engineering Bay gathering, health as Clem tries to play the Engineering Bay block initially. Zaun's kind of an interesting player, because I feel like I don't see much Zaun anymore. Like, you see him. Yeah, you see him in like a few events, and then like, I don't know, he just doesn't play in everything anymore, I guess is what it kind of comes down to, so interesting to see how he plays here against Clem, because Zaun is still typically, you know, acknowledged to be very good. We don't see him in the Monday Cups, we don't see him in, you know, at anything and everything, but he still plays some of the bigger events, and, you know, we know he's meant to be very good, so then it's like always a question of like, how good is he, and how, you know, how are things looking for him lately? All that kind of stuff is always kind of interesting to ask, so yeah, every time I see Zaun, I always find him a bit of an anomaly to kind of cast, because like I just said, I just don't really know what we're kind of expecting to get out of him. Adept and Warp Gate building through. Nexus coming up, probe in production. Getting a lot of that started right now, as we will take a few moments here. Get this ready to rumble. Uncle Marine stepping over, just going to see Adept pulling back for a couple of moments as well. Let's get that mule dropping down, so take a couple moments to get a lot of that set and ready to see where things are going. Again, blinking a couple of gates will come by just for a moment or two, so we get that on the way. Get set up here for a couple of moments early, get that started. See where things will be going. We're still coming about, Blink still coming through, so we continue to get that settled here just for a couple moments again, see where things are going to go. For a few moments right now, so a little bit of setting up in this game one. Blink very much so on the way from Zaun, no surprises on that. Stalker the Observer, the couple probes coming through, Assimilator and so coming up as well. And like I say, just a few moments to see where things will be headed to over the next little bit of time. So get that set up, we see what's going to happen. Raven and the Siege Tank will both be on the way at the barracks, at the SCVs. So we got a lot of that coming up as well, so got some bits and pieces coming up right now. Yeah, those Marines in the tank, the Stalkers too, will join together and get ready to rock and roll. Yeah, a few units jumping into the bunker as well, just gonna bring those back and resettle things down momentarily. Stalkers come through. Tank shot's going to be good to obviously hit the Stalkers a little bit, but nothing too serious going to happen there. We continue by and wait to see just what's going to take place. Really is a little bit of a waiting game on this one. Obviously the Stalkers just kind of taking position. Clem not eager to move out onto the map. One Marine lost so far, 6 minutes into PvP. It's kind of wild because usually you see something happen from the Terran player or so at the very least, but yeah, so far on this one there's going to be a whole lot of nothing happening, so Be a bit of the waiting game activated just for the moment. What's up, Lambo? Thank you for the raid. Welcome, guys. How you doing? We're just casting some replays from the group stages of the RongYI Cup that I know Lambo cast a bit of earlier. So hello. We're just chilling, casting some replays. We're going to be doing this Zhang Clem series, and we're going to do a Solar Maru series. So a couple fun matches, I would imagine. And yeah, welcome. Hope you guys are doing well as those tanks just obliterate that Stalker in front, which was kind of obvious that was going to happen. So that will take place, and otherwise, we have Stimpack Combat Shield +1 will build through. The charge coming online. Mortal still building, and Robobay in the Forge coming up as well. And a little bit of that Biotank Force will step through. The Raven and the Medevac going to be there to help out with that also. So we take just a moment or so. Get this all set. The units will step to the front. And then more on those pylons on the way into play. Just for the moment, we are on our way to Colossus as well. So that's going to be Zaun's choice. Kind of play this right now. So playing into the Colossus as his tech for this game for the moment. Just going to be seeing the bio going about. A couple shots on hallucination as Zaun keeps an eye on things. Clem is starting to get this shove going. Right now, if he arrived, we'll be up against most of these Zealots and a couple of Immortals. So see if that's something that comes through or not. Be successful. There's a few Stalkers peel around the right-hand side as well. A couple of those Marauders will take shots already, so they will take early hits. Just going to see the Marauders coming through. A couple Stalkers going to get jumped on. Damage being done there. The Raven, the Medevac still gathering. The Bio and the tanks joining up also. Again, the few Zealots looking to get through into the natural for a couple moments. And again, +1 concussive shells all building by. A couple Vikings, Marines, and Marauders coming up too. A lot of that goodness still building for the moment. Bio, tank, Raven, mine. A little bit of everything just joined in for now. A little bit of a jump. I mean, Clem not going all the way across the map just yet, so I'm going to sit a little tight and tidy just for a moment or two here. And the +1 on the thermal land still building into play. Trying to see where we're going to take this, really, at this current point in time. And +1 on thermal lens coming through. Colossus is going to laser beam down one Marine at least, so just take that out as a nice, easy little grab. No problem there. Yeah, Marine Marauder and the armor upgrade still building through, so we get a lot of that on the way. Keep this going. Widowmine is going to get rid of a Zealot in the middle of the map. Still a very passive game overall. Like, 6 Marines, a handful of Zealots and Stalkers. It's 9 minutes in this game. It's just being so laid back from the players. Just neither, some players just, both of them kind of getting into moments where it's just like, yeah, not too bothered about pushing through or anything like that. Yeah, Marine, Marauder, Viking all coming up. The armor upgrade coming through. +2, +1. Seeing a build right now. That Nexus coming up. The probes are producing. Bio pulls it back down to the bottom once again, so again, just going to come straight across with this. Let's see where we can get to. Do you have the armor rebuilding as well? A couple of Vikings in the sky need to be careful. Taking a couple of shots already. It's only 2 Colossus. I feel like Clem has a really good amount of units to kind of work with here. You see, this army is a little out of position. The Stalkers are kind of the wrong side to help deal with the Vikings. Now the Vikings are just going to go, and they just say, well, 2 Colossus, we can shoot through those before you can kill the Vikings off, and he's not wrong. The Stalkers are dying because they're trailing, and Zaun kind of just caught in an ugly position more than anything else. That was, unfortunately, just, yeah, not where you really want to be set up at all, and that is going to be a little costly for you there. Now the Bio army comes back over. Tanks will siege. This Nexus is immediately going to be in some trouble. A couple of these are still trying to move through. The Bio are going to get through the cannon. Now working on the Nexus. Continue to get this set up for a couple more moments. We are going to see the SCVs pulling in. The Zealots are going down. Disruptor shot is going to land for a single Marauder. Doesn't even kill it, just brings it low, as now the battery is actually going to drain itself on the Cyclone. Locked onto the Disruptor. I mean, Zound counterattacks, which, you know, fair enough. Let's try and do something here, sure, but it doesn't really feel like we got a whole lot going on just yet. So, I mean, counterattacking is nice because Clem has a lot more, and Clem's army is also a lot better, especially if you're going to kill these Disruptors off and they're not going to get much more chances to fire. Then the value of your army is dropping off rapidly at that stage. This Disruptor gets split from, now it's going to go down. The Disruptors just don't do well in this scenario at the moment. Now, in this current meta, they just don't really hold well or do much of anything. Stalk still pushing through. CC's up in the skies. Bio pushing into the main base. Robo facility will fall shortly. Gateways will be under fire again. Viking's still overhead. Just going to now turn our attention to this Nexus. That will also get knocked down here. Not really. Yeah, I mean, obviously base rating gives down a chance compared to just fighting straight up, probably, but if he can't break the main base, I'm not sure where this goes, because I think Clem, even if this army of Zound shows up, Clem can still kind of run through the other base that Zound has available. Clem is not messing around. He's going to leave no structure unturned. He's going to make sure to get rid of absolutely everything possible in this game. Just doesn't want to leave anything in the main base kind of alive that could maybe be utilized. He leaves the Cyber Core, but gets rid of all the gates, going to get rid of the forges. There's going to be a lot of extra gates coming down. Maybe the Cyber Core is, something we can actually, just to, make advantage of being left alive. Although I just don't think Clem cares. If you're going to build, like, Stalkers, then it's whatever. Although, at the same time, maybe, you could tech up off the Cyber Core. I'm just not sure it's that big of a deal. Clem definitely doesn't see it as one. He's just going to run through this base. And we're probably going to have an army fight to actually end this game, because Zound's army is moving back home, because he did not feel as though he could break the main base down. He's going to pop Guardian Shield and what he can. The tank's just on siege from Clem. He's going to try and save them, but he actually loses the one in the medevac straight away. Bio just going to melt the Zealots, though. I mean, when you get away with your tanks just on sieging as the fight begins, and it doesn't even look that bad for you, it kind of tells you the tale of this match, of this opening game at least. Clem is going to be looking very cozy and is going to comfortably take down this game one. A game that was very passive and so never really looked scary for Clem. Yeah, base trades always have that kind of element of not 100% sureness about them, but in this case he was, Clem I think was always just ahead and comfortable and was very happy to base trade, and just because he was in a good position anyway, I think Zound kind of knew he had to base trade and did not really get much of a choice about it. So GG's, guys. We're going to take a moment and then jump into a game 2 here between Clem and Zound as we continue to work through these games. And thank you for joining us and enjoying some games with us as we work through, just like I say, some of the replays, just covering what we missed out on in the over the weekend in the group stages of the RongYI Cup that we've otherwise been covering in its entirety. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Bum bum bum. Alright, guys, like I said, just give it about a minute and we'll kick off into some action for game 2. Just let those ads play. They do support the stream, of course, so appreciate you guys watching them. And yeah, I'll be away shortly. Off and away shortly. Oh, let's do this. Let's jump into Winter Madness. Top left side, the blue Terran player with the 1-0 lead. It's just best of 3, remember, so map away from victory. It is Clem taking on the red Protoss in the bottom right side, Zound. Alrighty, guys, just need to find the obs. Sorry, give me one sec. Because it's, don't want to spoil the timing of the game or anything. It shows up until I minimize it. India was right there. Cool. Alright, so game 2. underway and see what we're gonna get going for ourselves here. Nexus throws down, nothing too crazy about that, of course, so pretty regular first couple of moments in this one. Say nothing too crazy just yet, but see where it goes to. And obviously, early few moments are never meant to be super crazy, really. You know, obviously sometimes they can be, but it's not uncommon for things to be setting up like this early on. Is this live? No. We're covering replays of the group stages, as it says in the title. Finally, something is not live. It's what you've been waiting for. Finally, the time has come. Not yet. Yeah. Reaper, gonna throw some shots out, probes will take some damage. Just gonna be seeing the pulling back, so getting out of that just for the moment, squeezing away. Trying to escape out of trouble for the foreseeable future. Again, Sentry Twilight Council coming through, just gonna be seeing the Stalker. Over on that right side, moving about a bit as well. Stalker, Sentry, Twilight Council coming in. Warp Gate building as we speak. As the hallucination goes by just for a couple of moments. That's super passive last game. I wonder if we get the same level of passivity to start us off on this one, actually. Kind of be surprised if we did, but let's see. So gonna shoot, Reaper will take some damage, we'll see Blink and the Warp Gate coming up. Hallucination is gonna get shot down by the Widow Mines, just gonna be able to grab that initially. Wardy, do you think it might be the last Home Story Cup? Nope, not at all. Why would it be the last Home Story Cup? It's not like EWC has any reliance on Blizzard or EWC. Sorry, it's not like Home Story Cup has any reliance on Blizzard or EWC or anything, so there's zero reason for them to be like, yep, you know what? You know EWC this year, that's it, we're done. You guys donate at the end of the tournament every single time, they'll probably run another one. Be my guess. I mean, what is this? It's Home Story Cup 28, right? They were literally talking about what they were going to do for Home Story Cup 30, last Home Story Cup, so I think the intention is definitely to keep it going. Still going to shoot. Reaper gets pushed away. You do see the Widow Mine is going to unload in toward the natural here. Widow Mine going to unburrow. Probe going to come through. Just going to see that medevac taking some more damage as well. So a few shots coming about. Damage being dealt. It's going to be seeing the factory. It's going to move off to the side. The barracks going to drop down onto the tech lab. Let's see the Stalker's actually going to shoot down the medevac, so Clem will not be able to do much more with this. That's going to be a nice little shutdown here. Nice little stop from anything else really being able to happen for a moment or two. On we go. As we just have this medevac will go down. This Widow Mine tries to burrow. We do not have the damage output to stop it, so we will dodge into the assimilator. Keep play from Zound. I always love it when that happens. I remember the first time I saw this happen, but by the way, like, it was so notable to me. The first time this happened, it was on Varney Research Station. If you remember this map, it's an old map. We're talking like, it's probably in Heart of the Swarm, I guess. But it's an old map. I remember the first time it happened on the in-base expansion in the top right of Varney Research Station. I'm pretty sure it was Harston that did it. But yeah, it was the first time I ever saw like a Widow Mine shot dodged by jumping into the assembly. I was like, oh my, that was so sick. Nowadays, it's something that gets used a little bit more frequently, but it's still kind of cool to see, right? So, still kind of cool to see. Hey guys, I'm pretty sure stuff like Home Story Cup and stuff that's community funded is probably just going to still be there as long as the community shows up to support it, right? Like, so, yeah, I would say definitely just, if you enjoy Home Story Cup, support it, and then you'll probably see more. Like, the one good thing that about kind of EWC dying of all things, which isn't really good that EWC dies, but like, EWC was not powering all of these other events, you know? StarCraft 2 was already very community-focused anyway, so EWC going away doesn't affect a lot of the community stuff. The only thing it will affect is the player base, in terms of, like, if EWC doesn't exist and a bunch of players feel like they can't support themselves anymore and they quit, that is the biggest impact that will be on community events, and maybe then that has a shift on things as well, but in general, StarCraft 2 is so community-focused, the community stuff is likely going to continue, so... yeah. How much do you need to support it? I don't know, man. I'm not Home Story Cup. Like, they usually have a donation goal at the end of the event to secure the next one. So they'll fill the bar up and they'll probably do another. You know. The time you have to be worried about Home Story Cup is when they don't have a donations sellout segment at the end of the current Home Story Cup. That's when you need to be concerned. Until then, just go and enjoy the games and support what you like and stuff like that. Ruffalopoulos, thank you so much for the 25-month resub on the Prime, by the way. I appreciate you. Thank you for priming us up. As a little bit bio, going to pull back up to the top side here. Going to regather for a few moments. Just going to see Concussive Shell's armor upgrade coming about. When are we seeing Serral again? Well, Serral's going to be at Home Story Cup, so in about 2 days' time. Widow Mines will unburrow, relocate a little. Let's take a few moments here as the setup gets going. It's going to be seeing a lot of units heading to the upper left-hand side, so it's going to bring those straight across. A couple moments right now as well. Bring those over. 1-1 upgrades, Colossus and the Zealots all continue through. 2 more Zealots going to warp straight in. Get that set up to work here for the moment. So bring that straight across. Stalker will just come around again. We have a couple moments of shooting. Just going to be seeing the bio coming back over. A couple of Widow Mines going to burrow. Zound on this, a kind of aggressive setup. Widow Mines on the right side going to do a lot of damage initially. I like that because Clem is going to be able to just stem a few units over. Keep a lot of his units still on the left side, so he should not fall apart here. That's kind of just feeling like a donation of units from Zound, which obviously is not a donation really, but he just doesn't get a lot done with this, and Clem will be pretty cozy coming out of that, so it's not going to be a bad thing for him at all as the Zealot Colossus Sentry continues to come about. The Zealots continue through. The Hallucination going to check through the base once again. Let's try to see what else is going on here. A little bit of time. It's going to be seeing the Hallucination is going to get taken down, so that will fall. That will be cleaned out. Just for the moment. Yeah, 2-2 upgrades, +1 ship weapons, all of that coming around right now. Just going to see the Biomedevac force coming back through for a little bit as well. The Vikings still building by, the barracks coming up. That bunker and the command center continue to come into play also here, so again, a lot of that just coming straight in. And there's a couple of Widow Mines will just unburrow and relocate over, looking to try and get in after this prism. A couple of Zealots are going to drop off, and they're going to just look for damage right off the bat here, so try and get some work done, but they get cleaned out. Nothing to look forward to for them in this game. A little bit of bio going to take a chance after some of these Stalkers, so we'll see a little bit of a chase down over there. We'll see the 2-2 upgrades, the ship weapons, everything still coming up as well here, as the command center will settle in the next moment or two. disruptors, T2 upgrades all coming about, the extra gates and the probes. And over as well. We will see the CC, and the refinery is going to come down. You're going to see a couple more structures built there as well. So instant sense tower and missile turret. And Clem is just happy to kind of sit back on these 4 bases and just sort of say, hey, look, show me that we can make this kind of be, anything that, requires me to kind of move out or be more aggressive or be more active. And then, sure, we can then talk. But until then, I'm just going to sit back and let that kind of be a thing. And I'm not in any rush to kind of make anything happen here, it would seem. Just going to see an EMP does land down on a few of those stalkers already. He's just going to grab those. Bio Ghost Viking still gathering. And looking to make a bit of a shove through as well. Rocks will be in some trouble. They're going to get cleaned out in these next couple moments. Just going to pick those off with a set of rocks in some trouble as well. Damage being done right off the bat here. You can see Zealot, Stalk, Colossus. Everything gathering. The disruptors joined up. Settling for a moment or two. The Zealot's going to charge into this. Bio Army going to have to pull back for a couple of seconds as well. So, we're going to have to step straight away from this one and reset ourselves. We do have Disruptor's going to force Clem back. Zaun just trying to bully his way into some of these positions, trying to get some work done for himself for the next little while. One more scan comes down as well. See the Guardian Shield going to pull up his Sound still here, very aggressively poised. Still wanted to kind of jump on this army. He's doing what you're kind of meant to do with robo play, which is to always be on the map and applying pressure. Just not seen him really take any progressing fights just yet. Resources lost against him. Clem, in this moment, for example, going to get a chance to kind of chase down and chase away. Get rid of the Colossus. The Stalkers do not once again deal with the Vikings. It's been kind of a constant issue. Zaun, like the Stalkers have just not dealt with the Vikings at all. And if you're not dealing with those Vikings, then this really is an issue in the long term. That is something you can't really deal with. Given enough time, it is absolutely a problem as the Stalkers and the Zealots going to turn some attention onto some rocks over here. It's just going to pick through for a little bit. IO Ghost gathering. CC floats out to the right side. He's going to get that 5th base ready to rumble as well. That's on the way. Fire will come over. Ghost ready. Going to throw down some EMPs potentially. Couple stores come blinking through. Bio going to split apart. Disruptor still gathering, and that disruptor wasn't enough, just gets targeted down. That's the problem with the disruptors. They gotta get close enough to hit the middle of the bio, but in doing so, they put themselves in immediate danger. Stalker's still coming over, so Stalker's still chasing. Bio Ghost pulling back for the moment. Do have the Zealots still looking to get a catch on this army. The Zealots going down, Sentry's gonna get killed. Just gonna have Stalkers going back the other way. Clem once again just holding Zaun off. Man, again, has Clem even crossed the map at this game? In this game, like I feel like he's just sat here, and rightfully so, because he's just sort of saying, "Hey, look, like if you want to do something about this, then come for me, come attack me." But until you come attack me, I'm just gonna sit here, until you break me with attacks, I don't need to come and attack you. Because Clem is just getting to 5 bases, Lib's coming up. I mean, Zaun is starting to expand everywhere, which is where you want to be. He's got a lot of minerals, could maybe do with some more gas mining, but Clem just doesn't care. He's taking good fight after good fight, and I think unless Zaun builds Storm, I don't know if Zaun's army comp is really going to get it done anymore. My faith in this Disruptor Colossus is kind of an all-time low in this current game, at least. It does not feel ideal there as the little snipe comes through. Trying to chase a little. And rest of this Bio Ghost just regathering again. 3 ship weapons, defense ballistics coming through, the couple liberators are going to build up as well, a couple of EMPs coming down towards the Stalkers and the Zealots there, just going to chase that away. More scans still coming about. The Zealots looking to get a wrap around onto the Planetary Fortress. The Liberator goes down already. You can see those Marauders still fighting. SCVs looking to get repair on the Planetary as well. Liberators will siege up. Bio Ghost going to gather. Let's see a few of these units again taking some shots, as you can see. Just going to be seeing the Disruptors going to get in towards the SCVs. Problem is, if Clan chases forwards and gets rid of these tech units in the form of Disruptors and so, then again, Zaun is kind of left with nothing coming out of this, and we're continuing to just kind of reset back into worse and worse stages of this game, it feels like, for Zaun, and it really is a struggle to kind of see him kind of ending up in a more positive place at the moment. And that +3 ship weapons coming through. Marine Marauder Liberator all coming out. Medevac in production also. So again, a lot of that just coming straight on by for now. So I'm going to commit heavily on the left side. We'll be able to warp in on the right. Remember that this is always just going to be low-tech units that he's massing up. Just a ton of Zealot Stalker working off 18 gateways. So you're just able to rebuild so consistently into just so many units, but then they are always going to be cheap, easy to deal with units. The only part that's difficult to deal with is the amount of them. And if Clem stays well stabilized defensively, it's going to be very tough to hear as it's going to be very, very tough to hear as Zaun to really break through any of these positions. And I think that is personally my issue with this game for Zaun at the moment. I just don't see what he does to truly turn this game like properly into his favor at this point, honestly. I mean, I get the possibility's always there. We've seen it where Clem's in these positions where it feels controlling against like a Classic or against, but mostly against Classic, where it feels like Clem's in a really good controlling position. And what ends up going wrong for him is that he kind of loses one base, and then if tourism gets in, and then, you know, maybe you're a little bit all over, and then maybe that's where the fight comes around that really does benefit, you know. That really does benefit you, perhaps. So we'll see. Just gonna have the Marines unloading from the medevac. Lib's gonna try and shoot back over again. Clem, resource loss in this game is about 9k in his favor right now. If he keeps up these trades, it's just gonna get better and better. Sort of shots there. We split away from the last second. Not bad to get away from him last second. At least we do some things. Disruptors come by. Just gonna keep fighting. EMPs coming down onto the Stalkers. We've seen the Zealots now getting through onto the natural expansion, and they're going to keep turning back onto a bunch of those Zealots as well. A couple more shots looking to come straight through. More hits looking to come down. Zealots still working their way through the missile turret there, so a bit more damage on that. Do have the Lib's just setting up and putting work in right now, again getting sieged and doing that thing. 7 SCVs dead as the Liberator sieges overhead for the moment. Probably going to sim to the upper right. A few of these probes going down. The cannon going to get jumped on. It will die. The battery, the Nexus, in trouble. Nexus is going to go down already. There's a Stalker coming through. And I'm just going to see the Marine Marauder Ghost gathering. Just going to take some attention over to this Nexus. Just going to position over there. Stalker's going to hit the Liberators a little bit. Those do get sieged up in return to that. Nexus goes down to that bottom side as well. Just going to take that out. Clean that up. And a little bit of a surround here. Clem actually going to be on two sides of this army. You can dodge these Disruptors. You might just clean this up. I mean, Disruptors are going to get jumped on. Do we have reinforcements to do? A bunch of Zealots showing up, and now not really any Stalkers. One Disruptor at least landing, but apparently Zaun going to say and understand, I think, more than anything than say, is that this is just not going anywhere. GG's. Clem takes the 2-0 to advance the playoffs, which is obviously where we saw him play over the last couple days as well. So GG's there, and that is going to be that series wrapped up. So we're going to have one more series today, guys, which is going to be in the form of Solar versus Maru. So we'll get ready for that and get ready to roll on that one. I know a lot of people have been very excited about this series, so I'm excited to see why you guys were excited, basically. So we're going to get that ready to go. There's going to be some TVZ, but I'm just going to take a quick break, guys. We'll come back. I'll see you guys on the other side. Alrighty, guys. What will be our final match of the day and also the week, like I say. We are going to Home Story Cup tomorrow, so no streams for me until I'm back. But yeah, we're going to start off with this next series, which is going to be on Winter Madness for Game 1. Alright, let's do this. Solar versus Maru. Coming on at you guys. So this is from Group D. Obviously should be a fun one. Solar Maru. Always actually, Maru favored usually, but actually Solar, I think, has gotten better and better at kind of withstanding against Maru and doing a lot against him. Let's jump into this and we get this ready to go. Making sure everything was set, and it is. As we have ourselves Maru in the upper left and Solar in the bottom right as we get into game 1 of this best of 3. So away we go. Let's see where things will go to. See what we can get done. See what the plan is going to be early on as we get everything started off. SCV's building. Obviously, a few of them just mining away. Pretty comfortable and cozy just for the moment as we get settled in. See where things are going to go. Offload is going to move out onto the map a little bit as well. It's just going to come straight over here for a couple of seconds. And yeah, hatchery, gas, drone, all coming through. Racks in the SCV. Going about for the moment as well, so we get settled in just momentarily, get this started off. See where things will go. Again, hatch gas pool coming through. Just going to continue through for a little bit. Reaper and the orbital both building into play, so we get that all started. It's going to see the command center coming down on the natural as well. It's just going to get that straight into place just for now. Get that all underway and see where things will go. Okay, a couple queens, couple lings. Going about right there. Reaper just going to be pulling through for a couple of moments, heading down to the bottom right side of the map. It's just going to be moving straight across. Just initially, and again that link speed coming up as well, so we got a lot of that underway just to begin with for the moment. So got a lot of that started in. Reaper is going to be diving through, the couple of queens and that link speed all coming up. You can see the little grenade from the Reaper going to bounce a couple things back as well, so we do push back a little bit right now. And see where we will go as the Reaper will continue to trade. Drone and the lings coming through. Again, some damage being dealt. Nothing too crazy just yet. First few moments looking pretty cozy. Couple SCVs gathering. Again, there's the barracks coming up. A couple CCs all building by. So a lot of that just coming through for the moment. Queen's building, barracks in the orbital command on the way through there. I'm just going to be seeing the speed building as well. Drones, the queen, coming through, adding on the hatchery. Just to begin with the moment. And yeah, this Reaper is going to check out on a couple of things and pull away, so nothing too crazy on that one. Queen will be there, just push that Reaper back out the other side just for a moment or two. So again, we chase that away for now. Push that away, keep this all comfortable. Engineering bays, barracks, orbital and SCVs. Building for now. You're going to be bored while I'm gone? I mean, 3 out of the 5 days I'm gone, there'll be home story cups, so how can you be bored? There's literally going to be more StarCraft than what I would give you. On the 4th day, you could even go back and watch the games you miss. So really, you just gotta survive tomorrow without me. I think you'll be okay. I believe in you. Upgrades coming about. 1-1 in the stim pack coming by. The Marines still producing. Just gonna see the SCVs coming over. Refinery coming about as well. Again, a couple queens, drones, everything. Building through for a few moments right now. Getting that underway. Evo chamber coming about, the extra drones coming through, the overload and the queen's building as well, so a lot of that coming straight through for the moment. Like I say, getting a lot of this underway early. Kicking this off. Carapace will build. Just gonna have ourselves the stim and the +1/+1 upgrades coming through as well, so a lot of that also coming by. The hatchery drops on the right side from Solar. And honestly, Maru is I mean, both of them are just looking very standard here. Upgrades, stim, carapace on the side of Solar, Lair on the way from him too. Extra drones and those fuelings coming about as well here. There's going to be bio maybe worth mentioning, although I don't think Maru's really mech'd in TVZ for a while, but it's still worth mentioning, I suppose, overall. Is those few queens setting up, some creep teamers coming down as we just spread that creep out, and Maru has no starport, so Maru has no Hellions, so without Hellions he's not going to push back that creep at all. Just playing that big bio style off the 3C scene. With 1-1 in stim, he'll finally kind of move out and maybe try and make a couple of things happen here, but That really is going to be the first time in a while that he's able to push out to try and get something done. Rolling going down. Is SC2 dead, or will the return to grassroots save us? Definitely dead, obviously. Well, what do you think I'm gonna tell you? Like, ooh, yeah, StarCraft's dead, man. I have no idea. Like, I mean, maybe grassroots will be good for us. Maybe it'll be terrible. I mean, we're gonna do our best to kind of keep it going and everything. So, yeah, I don't know. I think it'll be fine, honestly. Like, there'll be an adjustment period and things will change, obviously, as well. But like, I think in the grand scheme of things, we'll probably be fine. It's a lot of money to replace. Yeah, of course it is. But I mean, the thing is, StarCraft 2 doesn't just die if you don't replace all the money. StarCraft 2 changes, right? It changes, but it doesn't die just because you don't have the money. That's what I think a lot of people don't really comprehend, is that like StarCraft 2 can exist without a World Championship. Will all the same players be playing? No. And will some people lose interest? Sure, yes. But that doesn't mean SC2 dies. That's the problem with saying, is it dead? Because dead is a very extreme word, you know? Like, dead's a very extreme word, and that's definitely, I think, one of the issues that I have with a lot of the ways that people kind of look at it, I guess. It's going to be that. I'm going to move around a couple seconds. I'm going to see what's up. I'm going to see the 2 upgrades and that drilling claws coming by. As Maru moves forwards for a couple of moments, looking to try and get some value from these Marines. Obviously scanning up, the creep spread pretty good from Solar early. It has been allowed to be good early, and he's not going to try and take advantage of that over these next few moments. Ling Bane going to take a chance to dive in on the left side. Marine's going to be there. A couple of Lings keep going down. Pretty good cleanup initially. As you're going to see the Edivacs continue to move through. But they're going to get turned around by this Lingbane Hydra Force. That's not really going to go anywhere just yet either, so that's also not really going to do much of anything right now. Things will sell. Marines will get surrounded by these Zerglings, so that's going to be a big surround, and it's going to see a little bit of pushback on this for the moment or two. Just going to be seeing the couple different drops from Maru, trying to find different directions to attack on in. Bane coming about, just going to be seeing a couple of Banes getting target fired here. 5 drones going down, so just having to split apart. First kind of point of this game where things have gone a little aggressive, really, and Maru able to do a pretty fair amount of damage with this so far, to be honest, so not a bad starting point early on. +2 melee on the way in, +1 missile is going to come alongside that. All those Widow Mine shots going off on a chunk of those Lings, so some good damage being done. The Bio going to try and hold here. The Lingbane Hydra rushing up this Ram. Tank will go down. Couple Zerglings going to drop, and we have the rest of this Bio Force still coming over, still pushing through. Keeping this pressure up for a couple more moments here. And the Marines in the main base are going to get the Lurker Den. There's going to be a big shutdown for Solar. No seismic spines. And no Lurkers on the map yet either. That's going to really extend the time until he's going to be comfortable defending. Three drones going down. Gonna see this medevac finally dropping Maru gave up a fair bit to kind of do this, not super crazy amounts, but there was definitely some investment to make this all happen up until this point. And 3-3 coming through, going to see that Lurgan then finishing up very shortly. Have a few hits coming around. Man, so actually going to get a good surround on this army this time. That Hydra lunge, I swear, just was like, I'm going to lunge, and all the lings just blocked the Hydras. Which is a bit funny. So pushes Maru back, he's going to escape away, and he's back onto the Seismic Spines, so stepping towards Lurkers over these next few moments. And Maru might have to give up on the aggression when these Lurkers come out and really slow things down himself. Yeah, Maru comes down the left with this group of units. He had units on the right. He's not going to give up the aggression yet. There is a Nidus on the way, though. It's going to be one way for Solar to break the kind of momentum that Maru has, perhaps force him to play a bit of defense. Could be exactly what he needs to just grab a little bit of a breather here. So that could go a long way to helping out. Viper going to come through, chase those medevacs. Steaming through on the other side, keeping that pressure up just a few moments, getting in there, and well, now run by is coming through, so Maru has to play a bit more defense after it's kind of all been Solar on defense so far. Solar's going to get you, kills 22 SCVs straight away, so fantastic start from Solar. Loses the base bottom left again, but able to kind of get a strike back at Maru, which is nice because he's been taking damage while defending and trading out units. Putting some damage on Maru's economy definitely is going to feel good, and just kind of says, hey look, it's not just about what you're doing. I'm in this game as well, and I'm also going to be able to make plays and move things around. Because jumping out of this Nidus. This Nidus getting straight into the main base is massive as well. It's going to slow you down a lot as Maru, because now you've got to fully pull back against this. That does just trend toward being a very successful move from Solar, so we like that. And now he's going to be able to attack elsewhere because Maru's having to pull back and to deal with other things elsewhere on the map at the same time. So taking advantage of that distraction, he's going to get rid of another base. Another 12 SCVs go down. A couple of Banes will die trying to roll through, but this is good moves from Solar. Now obviously Maru's going to replace that base quickly, but it's about being consistent. If you can consistently make moves like this, that is going to work out. This time the Nidus denied it before it does much, but we've got to kind of figure those moments out as well. Is this live? Nope. This is replays from the group stages of the RongYI Cup. This was played on Sunday, guys, and I was not here on Sunday. I was away for the weekend. Hence why you are now casting it now. Believe it or not. Didn't just decide to cast a game, it already cast it. As y'all can see, a couple of Widowmine shots coming through. I'm just going to see some hits coming down. Bio goes gathering the Lingbane Hydra. Going to take a little bit of a jump forward here. Army going to actually get surrounded on a couple different sides of this. And now we have Solar. Going to get rid of this base on the high ground, is going to pull back once again, surviving through. Yeah, I love the activity that Solar's bringing to this game. And once he finally got through that kind of initial defensive phase, he's been all-out aggression, man. Like, he is just going. And the dude is not stopping. Like, he just wants to fight, fight, fight. Gonna get rid of another base here, so Solar's gonna knock down another base of Maru. We're able to take that down as well. Another nice grab. Again, kills like this are going to be what keeps Solar in this game, trading against this Terran army with a lower tech Zerg army, which does control the map, to be fair, as well at the moment. He's got a lot of bases currently set up. Fire will come for some creep spread, a little bit of Hydra Lunge, goes nowhere once again. Has to take a moment, stepping back there momentarily. Take a moment or two to step away from this. You have everything else still join together. Through the center again. A couple of Iron Clouds going to try and help against those tanks on the right-hand side, more towards the middle of the map. This part did not look as comfortable or as confident for Solar. A little bit of a move that actually hits a bit of a brick wall this time. And Maru actually going to capitalize by stepping forward and cleaning up some of the crew spread as well, so able to make the most of a little bit of a flailed attack from Solar here, compared to the previous attacks that have been looking pretty decent. Scans coming down, keeping a few eyes on things. Bio Ghost just coming over. I'm just going to be seeing the Lingbian Hydra. Make a little bit of a move as well, taking a chance to jump forward straight away here. Things get across when SCV goes down. And making some picks where we can. Nice run by here. Going to continue with those lings onto the CC. Of SCVs dropping. Again, Maru is down to 37, 38 workers. He can rebuild some. He's going to build 5 at a time. But it's that consistency from Solar. He's killed 77 SCVs in the game. It's that consistency that really allows him to do this. Look at the trades from Solar, by the way. 600 lings. Sorry. 600 lings. And then we've got only 9 Hydras going down, 3 Lurkers, and 44 Banes. That's really kind of crazy. It's a pretty ridiculous amount of non-kind of tech units going down from Solar, considering how much it's been traded out in the game. I'm just surprised by how little that is, to be honest. I have to say, kind of surprised that that's the kind of number that it is right there. That's wild. Probably is the reason for only 5,000 resources lost behind us, Solar. Which is very impressive in this state of a CVZ, to be honest. That does make a lot of sense. Now we're starting to carve a bit of a gap in the creep spread. Ling Bane going to run through looking for a bunch of these ghosts. Going to get a good surround. That was a lot of dead ghosts. That was a good catch from Solar. He's going to jump on the planetary, and again, just finding so much success with some of the cheaper units, quite frankly. Like, I'm genuinely impressed by the level of success we're kind of really seeing there. As those things gather up, the hatchery joins in. Take a couple moments, just gonna see +2 missiles and everything else coming through as well, so a lot of that very much so still coming into play right now. We've seen this battle coming about, a couple of Hydras coming around as well, so again, a lot of that coming in. We are going to see Solar once more is just able to get after this base and look to shut this down quickly and effectively. Again, it's been such a great consistent denial from Solar. I really do feel like he's still very much so controlling this opening game of this best of 3. Fire Ghost though, gonna get rid of this hatchery, so maybe some counterattacks here from Maru, who's currently 60 army supply up and has nothing in the bank compared to Solar's 6k. Maybe this is the moment where Maru can show us some power. Goes pushing through. A couple Lings gonna get after some SCVs. Solar losing those upper right bases. He's actually lava starved. He needs to start fixing his injects because he's got a lot of money, but no way to spend it all. Now as the injects pop, he starts 25 Hydras. And Maru is broke. 24 workers in this game, does not have a lot to work with apart from the fact his army is just huge. And the size of that army really is the saving grace right now for Maru in this game, because that means he can still contend here. Despite having had a rough time economically, we are going to see these couple of tanks going to go down. Solar getting sniped at though, and those ghosts provide ridiculous amount of trading value. They're able to just produce so much damage. Cleaning up a bunch of units super quickly as well, most notably. Bio in the bottom left gets after the hatchery, it goes down, the drones will fall. Getting that is coming through, a couple hatches and the drones, the Lings coming up, Lurker in position to push the SCVs away. Gonna see the rest of the Lings moving through, with a mine shot gonna go off on after those Lings. Now the siege tank gets cleaned up as well. And the Hydras are still pressing up too, so more damage being done. Hydra's going to turn on the SCVs. 37 drones dead though, so Solar lost a lot. So he's going to start running out of economy soon if he's not careful. He needs to get enough rebuild. He's going to deny another base here. Again, every base he denies massive SCVs at this point. He's just killed 10. That basically like almost halves the economy that was left over from Maru in this game, because he only has 15 SCVs remaining at this point. So yeah, that's kind of a big deal too. Lane Bane coming up again here from Solar. Still doesn't quite have the army supply as Maru sits on only 15 workers right now, so looking to try and get himself out of this ditch. Trying to get himself out of trouble here in this game 1. Feeling's going to get in after the SCVs. Hatchery in the upper right is going to go down. And Ling Bane Hydra taking some damage. Couple snipes come through big time already, so a couple big snipes there. The Ling's now running through. The Bio going to stim. Bane's trying to crash in, a couple fungal growths coming into place. Coming back the other side, going to see a nice fungal is really beneficial, but no follow-up is obviously going to be sad because there's a lot of possible damage there when those fungals come down. They just don't do enough just yet. Bane Hatch still coming through, everything else still coming by. Green going to get in after those couple Zerglings as well, just kind of a bit more damage there. As those ghosts continue to chase over, those couple Lings will go down to clean those out. It's 111 to 110 supply. A couple Infestors, couple Vipers, 10 ghosts in play still. Who's going to be there? It's going to be seeing a couple Lings. The creep team is still spreading about. Take a few moments on this one. The Marines, the medevacs will gather for the moment. Playing harder coming over. And a little bit of this Bioforce just gathering up. Just going to see the Lings joining there. The Vipers are going to be overhead. The drones will settle as well. The Lurkers are on their way. So getting some of these Lurkers up and running too. Bring that into place and get this started. I mean, the game actually settles. It's been super trade heavy. Lots of action for a while. Maru has the 40 army supply lead, but he has so little economy that he's going to be unconfident about attacking in, because he knows if he attacks and loses stuff, his rebuild potential is basically just 0. So he knows that that is a major problem that he can't really deal with right now, and hence I think that's why he's being very cautious about this. And trying to get re-established a little bit. Solar also knows he doesn't really have the supply to go thrown at his opponent anymore, so he's going to have to let Maru also re-establish some economy as well. But Maru will make a push to deny this extra base on the bottom left side. Solar can play the right side for now though, so not overly upset about the bottom left. It's a good move from Maru, but I think Solar's going to be able to get by without it for now, at the very least. Why Solar stuck with Lurker for 15 minutes? I mean, Solar's not wrong to be doing what he did, no? Solar stuck on this composition because he was doing insane damage. He was super confident in the game. He was trading very well for an extended period as well. And he was breaking through Maru. He was shutting down his economy and he didn't want to let up that pressure. That's why he didn't tech away from this. Why does this kind of tournament take so long? Finals are February 7th, why not just same day? Because the finals are offline in China. So that is why, because you gotta book people flights and get them there. So yeah, the finals of this event is played offline. It's a bit of a unique one in that regard. You're holding out there. Just gonna see the Lurkers. Gonna try and step through a moment or so. Bane Hydro coming up. A couple of Lings gonna step over as well. Marines will go down. Maru's leading in supplying this game here on Winter Madness. Things really have just slowed. Maru doesn't confidently manage to move through the Lurkers at all just yet, so really do just sit back and do some waiting. The Hydra's still producing by. Just going to be seeing a couple of siege tanks on the way. And seeing what's next. Fire comes about. Those Lurkers will burrow. Gonna get rid of the siege tank there. A couple shots going back the other direction. Wouldn't mind shots landing through. Nothing too crazy. Just gonna see the Lings still trying to make a bit of a dive onto the Bio Army. Will not be able to just yet. Lurkers will shoot. Just gonna see the Lings able to jump through onto the siege tank here. Just gonna be seeing the tank getting picked away. A couple of tanks, a couple of mines continuing by. The Lings and the infestation pit coming up as well. Burrow still building through. Army will settle to that bottom left side again. Lings and the infested gathering up. Burrow coming about. Here's a more smile. 13-month resub. Just got my driver's license. Watched one of your videos yesterday to calm down and chill. Thanks for all your passion and efforts you put into this. Thank you so much, and congrats on the driver's license. GG, well played, mate. Thanks for the kind words. Glad you enjoy. Thanks for exploring. Nidus over here gets taken down. Maru finding this base to mine from, just finding somewhere else to mine from in general is a big deal for him, because it's not really been that kind of a game where mining has been, easily come by. So yeah, finding the chance to mine from somewhere else then genuinely is a pretty big deal right now. Thank you, More Smile, again for the gifted sub. I'm gonna go out to Lone Badger. Thank you so much. Also, as the lurkers, trying to get out of this Nidus, and I don't do much. Ghost in position. Feels like Mario's gonna mine from this base. If he is able to mine from that base, then don't really do much at that point if he can mine from that base. Not really. CC. Sunstar coming up, Siege Tank coming in. Couple Overlords, Lings coming about. See those SCVs moving around. That bottom left-hand side, just going to be seeing the Knight is able to pop out here. Maybe you have to have a few SCVs, but Bio's going to be quick to kind of respond to this. 50 to the 35 workers right now, still favoring Solar. As lurkers get out, we'll drop a scan down. We'll kill a few Marines, but obviously not what Solar is really hoping for. Things got into the siege tank. Just gonna grab that. Couple things getting picked away out. We are gonna see those couple tanks still coming through. A couple more ghosts. Solar trying to move up the bottom left side now. Tank goes down, a couple of Lings getting picked away at. Ooh, couple of Bane's gonna crash into that Bio army. Now he's gonna get hit by the anti-armor missile as well. Just gonna get caught on that. We are gonna be seeing the lurkers burrowing through. Trying to pull back over again. A couple of those Lings trying to get after the SCV. Missile turret will take some damage. Again, Bio gathering up. The Lings just gonna be nearby. Again, a little bit of Ling Bane coming over, Marine Marauder tank, all coming through, mines as well. Continue to come into play at the moment. All of Fungals and so coming through. The rest of that coming by just for a couple of moments now. Coming back over this at that side. Lurkers coming over, just going to go up toward that mineral line. He's going to come straight through here. A couple of SCVs going to be in trouble straight away. A couple of Lings coming through. Infesta, Hydra going to go back the other way as well. Just going to get chased over. This is going to jump through, tank taking some damage. You can see the Lings pulling back over. Bio going to be, again, tasting a few of those Lings out of there. So able to kind of scrap through. I mean, he needs to kind of get some catches right now. Those Ghosts in trouble. Fungal comes down to guarantee the kills. That's a good chunk of Ghosts that just got killed. High value units from Maru are dropping off. Another Ghost or two go down on the right-hand side as well. The MP coming down, the Vipers taking hits, the Infestors trying to run away. Escaping out of there. 24 more Lings coming about, Nidus Network coming up. The Bio going to come through onto the rest of the creep. And then continue to chase over. So again, we run out of here for a couple moments. Reset for a few. Just going to see the siege tank going to get cleaned up. Ling Bane still coming about. Bio coming through. Ghost on the way. And Ling's and that Infestor, or a couple of Infestors all on the way bound for the moment as well. So just bringing that all up. Ling's still trying to get over onto whatever they can, just running by. Solar with some attention drawn from Maru to the top of the map. He's going to try and hit the bottom left of the map, which obviously is Maru trying to re-establish economy in this game. Down to 27 SCVs after losing a few just now. Can Solar put some pressure on to kind of, like I say, deny this bottom left and to stop those bases getting mining? He goes down, Bio stepping through. Let's see the Marauders coming over as well, looking for a little bit of creep maybe a chance to do something with all that. You can see the Bio able to get in after a couple more of these creep tumors. So again, a little bit more creep being denied. Fungal growth comes down, the Bio army going to be stopped there for a moment or two. Going to aim for that upper right-hand side hatchery. More Fungal still coming out. Just going to see the Lings getting in after these SCVs. I mean, these orbitals over here are in trouble. So Maru's going to be running out of mining. Army supplies are pretty close right now, to be fair. And Maru's army is not as teched as it once was. You know, this used to be Ghost and Tank heavy. Now there's a couple Ghosts, one Tank. I mean, he's only producing Marines at the moment because he's down bad when it comes to gas. You don't think he's mining any gas at all. So Solar is slowly drawing this, maybe even into his favor. I think it's been kind of a very weird game. It's been some very weird scenarios, but I think we're starting to go, like I say, tickle into Solar's favor here. The supply is definitely looking for Solar, and basically Maru is down to 1 SCV. So now Maru is on this single army. Solar can't underestimate it though, right? Because there's absolutely a way in which that it can still go wrong for you if you're not careful. That's a nice fungal though. A couple of Banes crash through. Hydras have to lunge back out of reach though, so you can kind of see you're still already kind of afraid of kind of how things are possibly going here. Just that Bio gathering up together just for the moment, so we settle down. It's going to see the Bio joining up. A couple of the lava are going to get jumped on. The Infestors taking some damage. A bunch of these drones Solar trying to long distance mine, because that's just the sort of position that we are in and where we have to kind of play out of at this point. Solar obviously has no bases, but long distance at least gives him a little extra so you can replenish some of the units and perhaps go further. That's the thing, for Solar, there's a chance to get mining back, whereas for Maru, he can't really get back to mining, apart from maybe like a mule on a base here and there with an orbital. But of course, that does rely on Solar actually being able to take a base, and obviously that right now is an expense as well. 53 to 67 army supply. The Infestors provide really good value at this point. The Fungal can be an absolute lockdown kind of game-winning move. But every inch of this battlefield has to be carefully trekked across at this moment because you can't make any mistakes. Those drones need to go and return their minerals to the hatchery. A couple more Lurkers starting up, Solar spending his money wisely. Lurkers are more and more difficult to deal with than ever before because the ghost count has been going in the wrong direction. Ling's going to deny some of the Marines on the other side as well. Trade's still there. Queen's going to try and step through. They've got transfusions to try and keep this Lurker alive. We don't get it. Or we don't save it. We tried to unburrow it. We didn't keep transfusing it. And so we do kill a Lurker. And again, we're talking about a game where every single unit is going to count for something. Solar has creep on his side. He's going to try and catch this army of Maru coming back over. Could Fungal as it comes through. That choke point maybe would have been nice. Not quite able to. He drops one now. It's going to drain some medevac energy, but not a thing to really capitalize on this. So not too big of a deal. Fire coming about, a couple of lurks on this high ground. Need to be protected right now. We need to try and fungal these units away. Oh, it's a great fungal in the back lines. That was a fantastic fungal in the back, and these Hydras are going to try and step through this. Is that going to be good enough? That's a very good question. Is this going to be good enough? Right now, I don't really know. Slash think so. Slash maybe it is. Maybe it's not. Couple more Lings still building through. A couple of Lings going to dart around here, there, and everywhere. I mean, Solar is going to be 30 to 23 army supply at this point. Unit count in the game is a Ghost, 3 Marines, 3 Marauders, and a Widowmine. So yeah, I think it is good for Solar. Because obviously a lot of the army supply left is just medevacs, and medevacs aren't going to matter. Solar still just has a little bit of long distancing. That's the thing. He might not have had proper mining, but he had the chance to mine. And I think that's going to be what ends up kind of going the distance here on this one. A couple of Marauders and a Marine Star from Maris. He gets some economy off of a mule or so somewhere. So he will get a couple more units out. 30 to 27 army supply at this stage. Yeah, scan to the upper right-hand side, just seeing what else is going on. That lurker coming about as well. Just everything we add right now. There we go. 4 mules in this bottom left side, so you can see where Maru is getting a little bit of his economy from to just try and stay in this, and how he is hence able to stay in this so far. Bowling is just going to run up though, and we catch some of the reinforcements at least, which this is nice, right? I mean, you get rid of these the Marines and the Marauders, they can kite back, but it's attention that has to be paid. Now we lose a few of the Lings. You do see just how much is starting to come out, so it might put the pressure on Solar a little bit to kind of up the ante into try and go, go, go. Marines coming up, Patch and the Lings coming over. Just going to be seeing the couple mules dropping down that bottom left-hand corner as well. So it's going to get going. Hatch gas pool coming up, the Lings in production. And a lot of this underway. Wouldn't mind the SCV coming up as well. The drones are going to return to the top side of the map. Marauder shots firing. I mean, this is definitely one of the wackier endings you see in StarCraft 2. There's 41 supply Maru faces 77 supply Solar. 42 minutes in this game. You can see the Marauder's able to get rid of the Zerglings. That will go down already. Maru holding tight to that one single base. 2 SCVs, mostly just focused on mules. But Solar gets a fresh base top right. And investing the hatchery into a fresh base right now, if Maru can't push across the map to deny that, then Solar just mines off a full base with full economy, and he is going to get so much that the ending points of this game are not really going to matter. He is going to be able to just be in a very advantaged position. Like, this game will just come to a close in his favor at this point. Because you can't really do anything else to stop this right now as Maru, I don't think. I think this is it. I think it's done. If that base mines for any significant period of time, which it already kind of is, right? We're getting like full rounds of units out now compared to what we were having previously, which was just a couple units here and there when we can. And Maru's going to move. He knows he needs to make a move, but he's also going to be pressured into attacking into the position. And remember, he doesn't have a lot of tech himself or anything either, right? So that's going to be an issue. And yeah, I think it's going to be good for us to send this one through to a victory screen, personally. Let's see. As Maru tries to attack in. Solar has 3 lurkers. There's like 1 ghost. And there's just so many Lings now as well, so there's so much buffer for the lurkers, whereas before a couple of the times the lurkers were in a little bit more trouble and we're kind of, you know, struggling to kind of get out and about and do things here, so yeah. I like where this is ending up overall. Finally, at the end of this. I'm just going to see a little bit of bio coming through. This hatch are going to get jumped on. I mean, Maru will go and clean out what he can where he can, which, yeah, fair enough. You know, go wild, go for it, but the reality is it's going to be very difficult to really kind of turn you away. And the moment you move away, Solar just counterattacks the base you're mining from, so you're going to lose any further income of your opponent. So that's just going to disappear. And these few Lings come about. I mean, again, Maru will clean up everything possible on the other side of the map. No stopping him over on that side for sure. I mean, this is nice because it's going to shut down the production and the structures that you kind of need as Solar, but is Solar not just going to be able to replenish some of this? I mean, he's building some Hydras, some Banes already, new spawning pool coming up. I mean, it's an expense to kind of have to go and reset, but because Maru is now in the bottom right, Solar is way less concerned with what's going on elsewhere. Oh, we don't even get a final fight. Maru, bro. You could have taken one final fight just to give it an exciting ending, you know? Just to give it an exciting kind of final little flourish. Doesn't happen. And that is going to be GG's. And it's going to be Solar to take the game 1. Wow. That's crazy. I don't actually know the result of this match, by the way, because I never looked at the groups. So, and because this is the winner's match, either of these players could advance from this and the other just plays the rest of the games. So I actually had no idea which way this was going to go. I actually thought Maru was going to win this after Solar. I was readying the depressing, like, oh, Solar, you know, we did so well. We were in such a good place. How did we slip away? And I was ready to do this whole talk. And obviously none of that came true because in the end, Solar holds on and makes it happen. He kept the life alive. I'm genuinely kind of impressed by this. I really thought Maru turned it around and survived through what was a horrible early game because... Well, not a horrible early game, a horrible mid game, really, because Solar was just so good at kind of applying pressure. When Maru did stand in the game, he kept in it. Just didn't really think he was going to keep in it with that much force in the end, and obviously he did in the end. He managed it. So, it's kind of a crazy game. Yeah, guys, I'm live. This is a replay game. This is from the group stage. It was played on Sunday. I didn't get to watch it, so we're casting this replay. It's going to be our last series of the day, guys, just to let you guys know as well, just to reiterate. After this, we're going to be wrapping it up, and I'm going to be gone for the weekend because I'm going to Home Story Cup. So, again, this will be my last stream until Tuesday, because I'm traveling back later on Monday. So on Tuesday, we'll do WardiTV Mondays, but on a Tuesday. So that'll be Monday. That'll be Tuesday with the Monday Cup when we come back. But for now, we still have to finish this series off. It's just a 1-0 lead for Solar. And we get ready to jump into game number 2. That's going to be on White Rabbit. Let's see what the heck happens after a crazy opening game. You got to think that pretty much anything is possible in a second game here. So let's see. Let's find out. Let's find out. In the bottom left-hand side, going to be down. Up a map. It is going to be Solar, our red Zerg player, taking on Maru, the blue Terran, in the upper right-hand side. As we get this up and running. See where we go. As we get game number 2 on the way. Very exciting, man. What a fantastic first game. Absolutely, I know Undy, everyone was telling me, game 1 of Maru Solar was a banger. Well, yeah, it was. You can tell your boss that Monday is officially on Tuesday. Yep, next week, Monday is officially on a Tuesday. It is official. Thank you for watching, by the way, guys. We just had like 650 people on YouTube and like 1,000 people on Twitch for the end of that first game. That is crazy. If you are enjoying on the YouTube, you can like and subscribe to support the stream freely, and obviously come back and watch more StarCraft in the future. While I won't be live over the weekend, we will have YouTube uploads every single day, so we will have those as well as a couple of shorts going up. And then if you're on the Twitch, you can obviously follow to see when we're live next, which will be, like I say, on Tuesday. Of course, YouTube has all VODs available as well, full stream archives, so if you are missing us over the weekend and Home Story Cup's not live when you're trying to watch, you check out all the VODs available on YouTube. Obviously, the individual uploads are like the highlight games, the best of the best. But the live streams are all fully recorded on YouTube and saved, so there is just a load of there's a complete excess and endless amount of content on YouTube. Because we've been streaming live on YouTube for over a year and a half almost now, so we've had like a year and a half of everything just going on YouTube, and that means we've got quite the backlog, so if you missed out on anything, you can go and catch back up. It's youtube.com/WardiTV. In case you didn't know, a couple queens coming through, the circling speed coming by. The Overlord building up, a little Reaper grenade goes down as a couple of Reapers get bopped around for a couple of moments. Reaper will try and put some damage out. Link speed coming through, straight, just triple command center from Maru. Obviously, he is the greedier play. That is not too far away from kind of being the norm in this matchup. What is not quite the norm is the second barrack. So he's going to go 3cc double rack, so what, just 3cc 2-on-1 again? But just means no Hellions early in this game. Just means somewhat kind of limited scouting. Maybe Solar tries to take advantage of that if he recognizes a similar build back-to-back. Obviously, last game nothing really happened for a while, and so Solar was just able to set up, and then, you know, Maru was set up as well, and then Solar had to do a lot of defending at first once the drop started, so... More barracks, double engineering bay. Solar just gonna drone, and we just got ourselves settled here for a couple of moments. Not really anything to shout on just yet. Barracks gonna move over to the tech lab, and third CC about to be done, morphing into an orbital in a few moments' time. 1-0 lead from Solar in this winner's match. Chance to get through to the playoffs of the RongYI Cup. The The Reaper is going to shoot, get a couple shots off on some Zergling, on the Zergling there. Maybe we'll deal some damage at least, so some higher power there. As the Baneling Nest is going to start from Solar. Built a bunch of Lings. Now, I tell you what, if he realizes what's going on, he could Baneling bust. Right? Because there's no Hellions. Marines are going to be a long way off Stim. Because it's not really 2-on-1, this is just Marines. He was just reacting. The second barracks wasn't exactly fast, so Stim's not even started yet. So, what if Solar just Baneling busts? Is there a world we just Baneling bust and this is just extremely powerful and potent? I think the simple answer to that is yeah, there really is a world where that happens, and this might be that world. Lings run at the front depot. This scene, I mean, Solar's only shown a few Lings as well. He's still building Lings. He's absolutely going to send it. So the question really is just how effective is it going to be? A bunch of the Lings pulled back. They can morph their Banes now. The extra Lings coming over. No scouting on the map for Maru. The Reaper is back at home as Solar has just forced 11 Banes starting. And the worst part for Maru right now is we don't even need Banes to crash into the natural. So the first few Marines are just going to get jumped on, and then these Banes are going to follow up and go blow up the ramp up on the high ground and be a threat to the Marines out on the high ground as well. So that's going to be rough. Bane's actually going to lead the charge forward, but like I say, they really don't need to. As Maru starts pulling away, the Lings will just grab whatever Marines are available at first. The Banes will run their way up here, crash in, both depots go down. Again, Banelings left over is the issue because it means that they can splash through for a lot of extra damage. Keep on threatening those Marines. SCV's pulling to try and defend against this. Is Solar going for the throat to just end this game immediately. He's just going to be a cutthroat kind of Zerg. And he's just going to get GG out of Maru just like that, because it is kind of bad when everything is going to be just kind of surrounded. You have no defense. You have no scout on this. It was greedy from Maru, and he gets punished for it in the end. GG's. And that, my friends, is just going to be that. After kind of an epic game number 1, game number 2 just goes 5 minutes, and that's really the two extremities of StarCraft 2. That is the two extremities of StarCraft 2. Just from one side to the other, just like that. Well, that happened. Yeah, that happened. It did, didn't it? Yeah. Alrighty, guys. Yeah, that happened, so that was it. I just caught... You know what it is? It's like, we just had a 45-minute game 1, and then you don't expect TVZ to really be a quick ending matchup, right? So I'm just like, okay, 45-minute game 1, that was great. And I'm here ready for game 2, and we just yeah, okay. That was that. That really did just end fast. Well then, guys, that's going to be it for me. I appreciate you all. I hope you've all had a wonderful day, and I will see you guys on Tuesday. Like I say, you'll see me at Home Story Cup if you're watching Home Story Cup, which I imagine a lot of you will be. So say hi in the chat, and come and have some fun and support and all of that, because Home Story Cup will be fun as ever. Not sure what Home Story Cup looks like this year. Let me just quickly show you guys what Home Story Cup looks like then. So, you can look at all of these guys playing in Home Story Cup. Group A, featuring Zaun, Lambo, Nightmare, Euthermal, Geralt, and Kelazur. I love how Diego's that. It's going to be fun. Group B, going to be Serral, Ryung, SOS, Mana, Jumi, Holy Hit. In Group C, we've got Clem, Hero Marine, Harstem, Halaza, Fiont, and Christiana. And then we have Raynor, Showtime, Trigger, Skillis, Babe Marine, and Let Alex. That's a... Some of these groups are like stacked. You know, honestly, like Halaza's pretty good right now. Harstem's decent. Christiana is super dangerous, I feel like. Like, this group's kind of all over. Group D is like, you know, Trigger's really good right now, and Skillis, and the PvP is actually going to be really fun. Group B, like Serral a favorite, but then Ryung, SOS, Mana, that feels like a good mix of matches that could go any which way. Then Group A, we've got Zaun, Lambo. I mean, this group can go anywhere as well. Like, these groups are actually really fun. Like, yeah, we've got our favorites, but we've got a lot of good contenders for second place. It's going to be a really fun day. I'm excited to see Let Alex play live as well. I don't know if Let Alex has ever played in anything offline. I wonder if he has any offline matches. We've obviously been watching him play non-stop recently. I wonder if I can check that in Aligula, because we've been watching Let Alex play a lot lately, and it's going to be cool to see him play offline. I'm just thinking if I've ever seen him play offline anywhere, but I don't think so. Don't think so, so... Yeah, it's pretty cool. Pretty hacking cool. Let me have a look at Let Alex quickly, and then we'll wrap this up. Call it a day. The liquid black is loading. General but naked, thank you so much for the 13-month resub on the Prime. Much appreciated. Thank you so much. I'm really waiting for Liquid Black to load, and I just don't think it's going to be worth it. Oh, there we go. Hey, Liquid Black loads. I guess we'll go match history. Because it's going to take the same amount of time to load. Okay. Match. Oh, online, offline filter. Never played an offline series. That's awesome. Alright, that's going to be fun. Alrighty, guys. I appreciate you all big time. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day. And I will see you guys on Tuesday's stream or over the weekend on Home Story Cup. You guys have a great rest of your day. I'll run some ads on the outro. It supports the channel. And then when we wrap up, we'll host someone, but that'll be in about 3 minutes time. Don't get angry when the host doesn't happen immediately. It will happen after the ads. The other day, people were like, "Where's the host? I'm gonna go there myself." I'm like, well, but the ads are still playing. So yeah, all right, guys. I'll see you later. You guys have a great rest of your day, and I'll see you guys on Tuesday or at Home Story.